Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Who will be this year's Grand Prix champion? Who will be our heroes of heroes? Will it be last year's runner-up, German Ninja? Or maybe Captain Saipon, all the way from the lovely tropical island of Saipon? I see the students of the certain starry school are raring to win. Even global hero Nyo Capone doesn't want to go home without the prize. We hope Lady Luck is with all our heroes tonight. And now, the winner of the 3rd annual Hero of Heroes Grand Prix is me! Whoa! The true hero of the night has appeared in our midst! It looks like this year's Grand Prix goes to the Fantastic Warrior, the Nickled Samurai! Too bad Jammin' Ninja. Looks like the title eluded you again this year.
Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone.
It was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand.
Dude, I suddenly got totally hungry. For a pizza, my treat.
I have taste, unlike you heathens.
A careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal.
Nah, Nick's an old fart.
I'm stuck in the fishbowl. Please, somebody take this thing off my head. It's been stuck on me for...
That's what makes her a sweet old lady, right? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket.
As you see, I'm personally taking care of her. Yes,
It still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all.
It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat.
Investigative photographer eats her stars on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah?
You're going to try to trick me into a corner, aren't you?
Where's everyone going? I need to pack a suitcase.
March 20th, 7:42 p.m., Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. What?
Alright, yes, did you hear that, Nick? Did you? The Nickled Samurai! He did it!
Yeah, he sure did. I'm getting too old for this. Aren't you like 25? Powers! I didn't think you'd be back. Oh, I hate this already. I'm proud of you guys for doing the series justice. Oh, Pearl's right. I forgot she was in this game.
So the person everyone was cheering for, I guess he got the prize.
Yep.
You know who we're talking about, right, Pearly? The Nickled Samurai. No, every Sunday I only watch the educational channels, Kids Masterpiece Theater. I have taste, unlike you heathens. Okay, that's it. From now on, the Nickled Samurai. All the kids watch it. Do you like the Nickled Samurai too, Mr. Nick? Nah, Nick's an old fart. So he's not allowed to watch it anymore.
That's right, but I do like Kids Masterpiece Theater.
Hey, I didn't know you were so young at heart, Nick. Mr. Nick, you're a grown-up. You're not allowed to watch it anymore. You're supposed to act your age and have interest in that match. It's very important. Aw, give it a rest, Pearly.
Looks like I made it the right choice in inviting everyone here. I'm glad you're all having a good time. I don't remember the voice I gave for him the first go-around.
Ah, it's like a dream.
Too bad for Jammin' Ninja, though.
Is this guy gonna get accused again?
Last year he lost to the big princess warrior of little old Tokyo. I thought this might be this year, be his year.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Or hey, did anyone else think that Jammin' Ninja looked a bit different today? Different? What do you mean? Well, he wasn't carrying his bright red guitar.
Did you say guitar in front of me? Hey, you're right. Strange he'd walk around without his signature guitar.
I'll never understand those people and their shows.
Oh god, I'm hanging out with all the anime weirdos.
Anyways, Mr. Powers, thank you very much for tonight.
Oh, it was nothing. I owe you one, so it was just my way of saying thanks.
Hey, Nick. Come on, it's time to get to the lobby. There's a post-ceremony stage show that's supposed to start real soon.
And then I heard there's going to be a press conference after that.
A press conference? Is he going to make a speech about winning this year's prize?
Well, yeah, not exactly. Something about the Nickled Samurai confessing something. Oh god, the Phantom Thieves got him.
Confessing? Sounds pretty serious. Hey, Nick, come on. You don't want to be the last one there, do you? Yeah, Mr. Nick, do you? Dude, she's gonna slug me in the nuts.
Aye me. The show doesn't even start for another 20 minutes. Oh, we're just in.
We have a picture of the Nickel Samurai.
I'd like to commit my most heinous crime. And it tears me up as a human being, but I destroyed the moon. Please forgive me.
Wow, this guy sucks.
Anyway, what do you think of this?
I really owe you one. If it wasn't for you guys, I don't know what would have happened. What you did, it was a real tight spot I was in, and you fought so hard to get me out. You even went against the cartel. I don't care what happens, I'll never forget everything you've done for me.
Thank you very much for inviting us today.
No, it's nothing really. Guys like us don't get to come to places like this often, so I thought I'd invite you all.
Yeah, and you came in a suit, and we didn't. Well, I came in a suit. Maya didn't. Hey, Mr. Powers, what have you been up to lately?
Well, since the Pink Princess successfully wrapped up last month, I've been on the kids' exercise show. While wearing a rabbit mask over my face.
Oh, I see.
I'm still really sorry about all the headache I caused you that time, Mr. Wright.
Ah, well, what's done is done, so let's forget about it. This is Will Powers. He's an actor. His popularity exploded when he was the Steel Samurai. And he was the first case Maya worked on with me. It's too bad you look scary, or people would have really would know you're a real softie who's good with kids.
Oh, thanks.
I can't believe they're going to make a movie based on the Nickel Samurai. They're gonna just have every not nickel. They're gonna have like every samurai variant. Here we have the Nickel Samurai, the Steel Samurai, the Platinum Samurai, the Obsidian Samurai. I can't believe it either, but for a different reason.
Yo!
The Steel Samurai, an epic story of one hero in a desperate fight against his arch nemesis, the evil magistrate in the city of Neo-Old Tokyo. Last year, they started a new series, the Nickel Samurai. It's actually his descendant. Yeah, it's like when they took Naruto and they made Boruto. Because Boruto be boring me, do you know what I mean? And this series seems to be a hit with the kids, too. I mean, yeah, he's got a cool robot arm.
I'm really attached to the Steel Samurai as a show, so I was hoping that maybe I'd get the chance to do something in this new one.
Yeah, it's too bad. It'd be awesome to see you with the new actor, Matt Engard. Matt Engard. He's super popular right now. Mr. Engard. Looks like Paris doesn't know who he is. This year, it's going to be the Nickel Samurai versus the Jammin' Ninja at the box office. Jammin' Ninja, who's that again? He's the ninja in pajamas. Like Naruto. Is this Jammin' Ninja again? He's a hero, duh. His symbol is the bright red guitar that he's always carrying. Ninja's always carrying around a bright red guitar. How does that even work? Well, how does a ninja in bright orange jumpsuit work? What? With a scarf around his neck and a guitar in his hand, he rises to stardom in an ancient time. Oh, he got isekai'd. A ninja who becomes a star. Yeah, a ninja who becomes a star.
Damn it! There's a strong rivalry between the two of them. Global Studios Nickel Samurai and Worldwide Studios Jammin' Ninja. They even air at the same time.
You know what I heard? I heard those two don't get along at all. The Nickel Samurai is on guard, and the guy who plays the Jammin' Ninja, I mean. The Nickel Samurai speaks French? Oh, you mean Matt on Guard, the actor. I guess even the world of heroes isn't a sparkling happy place.
Yeah.
Matt on Guard. It is I. Can I get me some of this food? What can I say? This is a really high-class hotel. Yeah, you better eat so you don't talk about burgers for the next week. I've never eaten this kind of salad before. Pearl's having eaten only vegetables all her life. She's been missing out. Oh, she's vegan. Don't worry, any leftovers belong in my happily awaiting stomach anyways. You're such a glutton, Maya. You have the opposite. You have the carnivore and the herbivore. I can't do the Donald Duck voice. It's a sad reality.
I lose this one to Maya. You sure can't eat.
Well, growing girl needs her nutrients. Growing girl, exactly how big do you plan on getting? I'd like to be on TLC. Here's one luxurious hotel, almost to the point of gaudy. Without blends together, everything fancy, unimaginable. Speaking of fancy, didn't that bellboy give me something like that last year? What? Did the bellboy give us something? I don't remember.
If this is all a dream, I don't ever want to wake up. And all the directors and stars that were here to see the heroes, wow.
I had no idea who most of them were.
Neither did I.
Hello.
Nick, you've got to cut that news-only habit out. Your new show is going to be the Nickled Samurai every Sunday morning at 8. Oh, I know. We watch it together starting next week. I'll come wake you up extra early to make sure, okay?
I'm fine. I've got to get my 8 hours of sleep. I'm a growing boy, you know. You know, you really don't have to come. You don't have to on my account. We're at the start of the 4th case in the 2nd game. Alright, let's get out of here. To the hallway. March 20th, Gatewater Hotel hallway. Ah, what is with this place? Looks like I've stumbled into OZ or something. In the back, there's a sign for the bathroom. Maybe I should visit it while I can before the show starts. Oh, I gotta leak the lizard. Or not. There's a piece of paper taped to the door that says, Juan Corrida's room. I think that says Juan. Juan Corrida. His name just sounds like a star's name. I've heard it before, but I don't know anything about him at all. Oh, can I take this? I can understand flowers in front of the dressing room. What are these stuffed bears doing here? God, get these out of here. Could it be that there's an action star with a soft spot for teddy bears? Nah, it can't be.
Why there, Sensei? Long time no see. It's time to get very serious.
There are toilets in each room in this hotel, but since all sorts of events are held here, there are bathrooms for people who aren't staying here to use as well. Perfect for people like me who can't afford to stay here in the first place. I can't even afford my own office. Compared to the flowers on the other side of the hall, these are much more gorgeous. Let's see, record companies, fan clubs, company workers, family. Carrying all these flowers home would be hard, I think.
Ayo, it's me, the bear. I'm holding these flowers over here. You want some? No? Then get out.
There's a piece of paper taped to the door that says Matt on Guard's room. Matt on Guard, I've heard that name before. Oh yeah, Maya's been yammering about him like the obsessed fan she is. To Mr. On Guard from the Global Studio staff. It'd be nice if lawyers got flowers too, something like, to Mr. Wright, from all your grateful clients. And Larry.
Hey, yo, I'm the bear. You know I'm gonna propose to that one girl from the last case just like everybody else? No, not that. We gotta go back. Sounds like the post-ceremony show is about to start.
All right, I'm so pumped. I wonder if he's going to show off his special move today. Nickels, Samurai, Smelting.
I tried to blend Nickel and Samurai. Because I was reading too fast.
Actually, what I'm interested in most is the press conference.
You mean the big conference the Nickel Samurai is going to make after the show? So what is it? Don't you know what it's about, Mr. Powers?
Well, I hear the Phantom Thieves has something to do with it. Well, I'm not the Steel Samurai anymore, so I don't have any idea.
Bah! Humbug.
Sorry. Oh, so I guess you all are going to the press conference then?
Yeah, of course.
If that's the case, then here, take these tickets so you can get in.
Seems like the Nickel Samurai is to confess something after the post-ceremony stage show. Thank you very much. Well, let's get going to the lobby.
It looks like it's going to be this way, Mr. Nick.
And then Regina's there.
Okay, for great justice.
I like this song. Alright, let's get out of here. Back to the lobby. Confess your crimes. Confess your crimes. Confess your crimes. Only a really gaudy hotel would have such a gaudy lobby to match.
Yeah, I think they're going to have the post-ceremony show over here.
Looks pretty lame. They're using a compact stage, I see.
Oh, I'm already... I'm already used to my special samurai power. Or I'm all ready to use my special samurai, or my... I can read. Ah, looks like she's ready to start a fight.
Your attention, please. Your attention, please. The Nickled Samurai's post-ceremony stage show will not be held tonight due to unforeseen circumstances. The moon is gone. I repeat, the moon is gone. It has been stolen.
What? Why? Ah, you didn't have to pinch me. Pinch yourself if you don't believe it.
We're asking for everyone's cooperation at this time. So please stay where you are. This is a special request from the police.
Police? Did they just say the police?
Do you want me to go check out what's going on?
Ah, wait, I'll come with you.
Freeze! You two, didn't you hear the announcement just now? It's just finished telling you not to move.
That voice. I've heard that voice somewhere before.
What?
Oh. I know who you are.
Honestly, youth these days can't be bothered to listen to other people when they talk. Just the other day, it was the same thing. It said that beware the bridge out and along the snow to the bridge. I tried to tell the boy the bridge was out and it was dangerous. Listen, no, of course he's not. He said he was in the bridge since it out of part of what's dangerous. I'm the kid and you hear the kid. And then it meant, well, I really let him have it and I knocked him out of the bridge and then honestly, kids these days don't know what it...
It's non-stop chatter.
It can't be. Miss Oldbag.
What is it? You young whippersnappers, do I know you? Wait, you! Your powers, aren't you?
Yeah, about what happened back then.
You didn't even get nominated this year, did you? Oh, that's right, you're doing that children's exercise program trying to play nice.
Yeah, that's me. Thankfully, I still have a job.
I love that show. And you're a hoot. You're the Big Brother character, right? Yes, even with your face covered by a mask, I know who you are from the work, but well, that's how you know it's to me. I know who knows how many TVs you'd break, really, and the shame of those kids, you know, they're giving up what they deserve this way. I thought you should have...
What are you doing here?
Look at my uniform and tell me you can't tell I'm a member of security.
But that outfit...
Annoying, noisy brats, get the blaster.
Bro, revive me, I got the ray gun.
This gives me Ball Guy vibes from Pokemon Sword and Shield. Sup, Akumura? How's it going? Wendy Oldbag. Miss Oldbag, what are you doing here? What happened to your position at Global Studios?
Oh, that old place? Well, since that incident, they've been letting people go. When they cut the security team, I got the pink slip.
What incident? What'd you do?
I didn't do anything, you youngin'. Don't you remember that incident a year ago? When this lady got on the witness stand and testified.
Huh?
And you, weren't you the ones who was bullying me? This fragile girl at heart?
I plead the fifth.
But you know, I think maybe I rubbed the upper management the wrong way by testifying. Yes, that has to be it. Everything is all your fault.
Me?
I thought about being a bodyguard at first, after being handed old Pinky.
You a bodyguard?
For your friend, that fiery-looking good guy with the red jacket and the ruffles.
Mr. Edgeworth.
But...
That sort of arrangement would be entirely too troublesome for me.
That's what he said to me. What did I ever do to deserve that?
I don't know why that's so funny to me. So did something happen?
I don't have all the details, but it looks like another one of those incidents happened again.
An incident like a murder? What kind of incident?
Maybe, you see, I'm a bit of a devilish woman. So wherever I go, showers of blood are sure to follow. Bet you didn't know that.
Then shouldn't you quit being a security guard, at least for other people's sake?
Sense, or silence, whippersnapper.
It's just the way she stands and the fact she's shooting the gun. So much for security, they don't get real guns anymore.
Hey, Nick.
What is it? I don't like that devilish smile playing on your lips. Let's make like we're going to the bathroom and check things out. No way. The police told us not to go anywhere Remember? Huh? How boring. You're such a boring guy. You've got no motivation, no spirit. What's going on? Are you giving Mystic Maya trouble again, Mr. Nick? Not you too, Pearls. Please don't stick your little nose into this one. So listen to this, Pearly. This one time, a lawyer camp, Nick. Okay, I get it. Let's go take a look. Yay! I knew you couldn't say no to me, Nick. That's right. You walk over miles of hot coals for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you, Mr. Nick? That would be every time we work a case together. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go already. You can come along too, Pearly. Goody, I get to come. She knows what happened at camp. I told you, Maya, I had my socks on. I promise. Alright, let's get out of here. March 20th, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. There's nothing really out of the ordinary here. Are you looking for the incident that old lady was talking about? Doesn't look like it happened here. Well, we better go look somewhere else. Alright then, let's try. Excuse me. Oh, it's a different bellboy. Are you by chance Miss Maya Fey? Yeah, that's me. You have a phone call waiting for you at the front desk. How is this man alive? A call. I wonder if it's someone from Kurain Village. What's wrong, Mystic Maya? Oh, nothing. You guys go on ahead, and I'll be right there, okay? Okay. Right this way, Miss Fey. Let's go look somewhere else now, Mr. Nick. Okay. This is a little exciting and a little scary. Yeah, I guess I can't prove he's even alive. He could be a ghost. March 20th, Gatewater Hotel hallway. He's like I told you. I get people the info they want, which means that I've got the right to know. Nope, don't care who you are, pal. We're still investigating, so you can't go in. What's your problem? Just go wait. I'll be over there, the morning paper. Scruffy detective secret scandal revealed. You'll see, I'll get it back. Those two sound pretty serious. That southern accent can only mean... Oh. Hey, Wright. Oh, the whole gang's back together. A lot of... Come on, do a gal a favor and tell this cop I'm just doing my job and I've got rights. You. Detective Gumshoes. Hey, pal, help a guy out. Tell her that only the police are allowed here. This is the scene of a murder, so she should leave this to the pros. Murder? Shoot. Me and my big mouth. See, I knew it. My gut instinct told me so. I always trust my gut of murder. It said, and that's what it is, a genuine murder. Hey, wait. Hee-haw, murder of a big star, no less. Oh, man. I'm in trouble now. Oh, gumshoes. What's wrong, buddy? Talk to your best friend, Phoenix. Detective Gumshoes, a murder. No, that's not it. I got my facts mixed up for a second there, pal. Mr. Nick, is the dead person the Nickled Samurai? Bold of you to assume that. Why do you ask? Mr. Maya was rooting for him, so... It wasn't the Nickled Samurai that got bumped. Actually, the Nickled Samurai's the one under suspicion of doing the bumping off. What? The guy that died was this hero named Jammin' Ninja, pal. The Jammin' Ninja. The gang's all back together, guys. It's fun. We were just missing Edgeworth. That woman with the big puffy hair that looks like cotton candy. You mean Lada? That woman, she was there at the time too, right? Oh my god, if she's an eyewitness, I'm gonna be so upset. That time? Mystic Maya did that channeling. That time. Well, Lada's a journalist, so that's why she was there. Journalist? It looks like she was hanging around here before the murder happened. Hanging around? Yeah, hiding in wait in front of the Jammin' Ninja's door, pal. She's paparazzi now. What? Why would she? She wouldn't tell me, pal. Just said something about getting my big scoop. Scoop? What sort of news could she be after? Well, the victim was the Jammin' Ninja. Mr. Jammin' Ninja? He was on a really popular rival TV show to the Nickled Samurai. Oh. The victim was the action star Juan Corrida. He got a huge push and rode the express train to stardom. I mean, even I know who he is. Yeah, even I recognize his face.
But I heard lately that Madden Guard's been taking the wind out of his sail. I'm telling you, pal, as far as who's popular, those two are hogging all the limelight.
I guess there's no space for Mr. Powers at all, huh? Poor guy.
Mr. On Guard, that's the Nickel Samurai, right?
Yep. I mean, no, you've got to say it with more oomph. The Nickel Samurai.
Anyways, now that Juan Corda's gone, that means Mr. On Guard has the whole stage to himself, wouldn't you say?
I wouldn't be on it, pal. We can't have that happen, you know.
Can't have that happen. What's that supposed to mean? I wonder. Ah, we got a nice bright cast right now.
The Jammin' Ninja.
Well, I just don't have to make a voice for him, because he's dead.
Age unknown.
Alright. Well, it was good talking to you, Gumshoes. I'm leaving. Or maybe I'm not. I'm coming back. What's up, Gumshoes? What do you think about the Nickel Samurai? Would you take a look at this for me?
Listen, pal, I'm not leaking any info about the evidence to you this time. If I do, my salary's really gonna get it. And then I won't even be able to get those instant noodles down at the discount market.
Oh my god, buddy's so down bad. He's so down bad. Take a look at this. Okay, he's not. He's so poor now. Because they've cut his salary so much. What do you think about this?
These eyes of mine are real pros now.
Pros? Pros are doing what?
I'm doing police work, of course. My eyes are like hawk. And my professional eyes spot a messy incident, a messy bloody incident. That's why I don't have time for you meddling kids and your petty little things.
What do you think about this? Okay. Dude, he's way below minimum wage. He's probably making like 10 cents an hour. The award ceremony was just held on that stage. It was really fabulous.
You just reminded me of the circus for a second. I wonder if everyone is
Alright, no, we don't talk about the circus anymore. I heard that the Very Big Circus just recently started holding performances again. I'm sure they're all fine, Pearls. We don't talk about them. There's a grand set of doors over there. It's the doors Maya followed the bellboy out of. Cool, can I go there? Can I go that way?
Yeah, Mo curls. Whoa! Hey, pal. Hey, how's it going?
Gumshoes, we seem to have hit a wall. Maybe if I present... Because he's not going to talk about anything, as far as I'm aware.
Whoa!
The wall is Gumshoes. Oh, never mind. The Nickel Samurai, he really took the Grand Prix tonight.
I was a big fan of his.
Really? Oh, I'm sorry then.
Why are you sorry?
Man on Guard was just arrested, pal. On suspicion of murdering Juan Corda.
What?
There we go. Arrested? Why was Mr. On Guard arrested?
Sorry, pal, but that's not something I can tell you. We just started the investigation, so we don't want any leaks.
Looks like yet another Steel Samurai hero is in the hot water.
Mr. Nick, if Mystic Maya knew about this...
Yeah, no, she'd make me take this case. That's why we don't tell her. What about Juan Corda?
I'm not a real fan of action shows or anything. But I know who Juan Corda and Madame Guard are.
Can't talk about one without talking about the other, I guess.
They even debuted around the same time, so they have this real fiery rivalry with each other. Kinda like you and me, pal.
I never knew he thought of me as his rival. Yeah, you're a whole different, occupation than me. You're a detective, I'm an attorney. They don't say better call Gumshoes, they say better call Phoenix. What do you think about Old Bag? You know this person?
We meet a lot of people as a detective, pal, so we make extra sure not to forget people just because of our jobs.
having said that, I don't remember ever seeing this person before.
Which means that you're kind of forgetful, aren't you, Mr. Detective?
That's not what it means, not exactly anyways.
Alright, now I think we get out of here.
Man, there's a Better Call Phoenix shirt. March 20th, Gatewater Hotel lobby.
Hey, so what's going on, Mr. Wright?
Looks like Juan Carter has been killed.
What? What? Juan is... he's...
It looks like he was murdered. And the suspect was arrested. That suspect is Mr. Matt on guard.
You're joking, right?
Nope. They arrested the Nickled Samurai of suspicion of murdering the Jammin' Ninja.
Oh, not again, I feel sick.
Again?
About a year ago, something just like this happened, Pearls.
I still can't believe... no way Matt would.
What's Mr. Powers got in his hand?
Oh, before I forget, this is for you, Mr. Wright. I got this from the bellboy that came by earlier.
Radio transceiver received from Mr. Powers. Originally from the bellboy, it can transmit and receive signals over great distances. For me? Why? But why?
I don't know. All he said was it was for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney.
What if all of the previous people we've convicted showed up and they were just like,
Down with Phoenix Wright. This guy sucks.
anyways. Matt and Juan!
Matt is the most energetic and active actor out there right now.
He doesn't look too energetic, if you ask me. He looks like me back in school.
It's... The Nickled Samurai really sealed this place as a pop idol, but... he kept adding fuel to the fire of his rivalry with Juan anyways.
Mr. Juan, he's the Jammin' Ninja, right?
Pearl, we get it. You don't have to keep trying to piece together everything.
Those two would butt heads everything they could think of. But I'd say that Matt was the one who almost always came out on top.
I guess some people only know how to relate to others by butting heads like a ram.
Juan said that he'd take Matt on this time too, so he joined a rival TV show.
And that was the Jammin' Ninja.
She's only here to clear things up.
The stylish Nickled Samurai and the burnin' Jammin' Ninja.
I don't think I'd watch a show with the premise of, yeah, he's a ninja, but he plays a guitar.
Real things turned out real fast with those two using their shows for their war. And the final tally, look around. It's pretty obvious how things ended up.
Matt even won the Grand Prix this year, the final win over his rival, I guess. There's always a Goku and a Vegeta. There's always the one who will win, there's always the one who will lose. Just like Phoenix and Edgeworth. I'm the Goku, he's the Vegeta. It's a sad world that Vegetas have to live in. Mr. Hangard was going to hold a press conference, wasn't he?
That's what I heard. So if you wanted to get technical about it, it was the Nickled Samurai's conference.
Nickled Samurais?
Yeah, he was supposed to wear his costume and give the press conference that way.
Oh god, is that little kid gonna show up again? Is the freaking creepy guy gonna show up? How many people are gonna return? He is going into the costume, but why?
Yeah, I'm not sure. They don't keep me in the loop anymore.
Oh, Miss Von Karma is the Vegeta right now. She took Edgeworth's place. She's like the Frieza. Edgeworth is Vegeta. Francisca is Frieza. She comes back just to lose.
I was just wondering, where's Mystic Maya? She's been gone for a long time.
Now that you mention it, Maya was only going to answer a phone call.
Please be dead. Please be dead.
Maybe she got lost. I'll take a quick look around for her.
Don't go.
Beep. Beep. Beep.
Ah,
What is it, Mr. Nick?
I'm not sure. Oh, I was like, that's not my ringtone. My ringtone's cool. It's coming from this transceiver.
Beep.
Yes, hello. Right here.
Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney?
And you are?
You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things to be concerning yourself with, such as...
Help!
Help me, Nick!
Mr.
Mystic Maya. Maya.
So, Mr. Wright, would you agree that the more important issue is the fate of the girl?
The fate? Does he mean what I think he means? Does it mean we never have to look at Mia again? Oh, thank God. Maya, where are you? Are you hurt?
Come now, don't fall apart on me yet.
This can't be.
Now that I have your attention, Mr. Attorney,
Is it Edgeworth?
I have a modest proposal for you. If you do what I require, then I will return to you your valuable item unharmed. What is this called again in your fancy lawyer terms?
Kidnapping for ransom.
Yes, that's it. Ransom. This is a kidnapping.
Wah! Mystic Maya, no! Mystic Maya! On my sight, everything's fading away. Maya's been kidnapped.
You there? Mr. Attorney, are you there?
How much? How much do you want?
Very good, Mr. Attorney. I'm glad you have such a good grasp of the situation.
Hurry up and state your conditions and then return Maya.
Money is not what I seek.
What?
What I want is a certain verdict. I would like a complete acquittal.
Complete acquittal? What in the world what have you done to need?
I am not the person you will be representing.
What?
You are currently at the Gatewater Hotel, are you not? And I know that a murder has just taken place there.
Juan Carter was killed and the suspect is Matt and guard.
You are as expected quite on top of things, Mr. Attorney.
I'm gonna do this and it's gonna be a woman.
Now then, what I want is very simple. I want you to obtain a complete acquittal from Matt and guard.
Matt and guard? Why?
You did not kill anyone. I can attest to that, however.
It's probably the butler or the bellboy.
However what?
However, someone is framing him for the murder. Very smart someone who is setting him up to take the foe.
Oh God, we've been here before. If I agree and do what he wants, and I believe he'll keep his end of the bargain.
You are of course at the liberty to take me at my word, or not. However, there is one thing you can take as fact. Right now, your very precious item is with me in my possession.
Help!
Help, Nick!
Maya!
You have 2 days. Of course, tonight, he will be in questioning with the police. But the trial is in 2 days. At that time, or at that trial, you will win a not guilty verdict. Remember, you only have one chance. One chance, Mr. Attorney.
Fun? You expect me to get a not guilty in one trial?
Yes, exactly. I don't believe I was wrong in choosing you, so don't let me down. Oh yes, that's right. Now that I am playing the role of the kidnapper, I can't pass up this chance to say. And don't even think about calling the cops. Not great, but you get the idea.
Who are you?
Very well, I'll tell you that much. My name? The Killer.
Beep. My name is the Killer. Oh God, he's Italian.
Mr. Nick, where's Mystic Maya?
He's been kidnapped.
No, it's all my fault. If only I had gone with Mystic Maya.
It's not your fault, Pearls.
But it is, Mystic Maya. Nee.
You know how hard it is? Because, like,
To do this, because I have to talk into my hands. And to, like, progress the dialogue, I have to, like, raise my hands, lower my hands, raise my hands, lower my hands.
they click the controller button. Mr. Wright, I think we should tell the police what's going on.
No, we can't do that. If we do, who knows what will happen to Maya? Mr. Nick, what about the detective we saw earlier?
Detective Gumshoes?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh wait, yes, that's it. Wait here, I'll be right back.
Alright, I'll take care of the Pearl. I'll take care of Pearl while you're away. What? Ransom?
Shh, not so loud. The ransom is complete. The ransom is complete acquittal for Matt on guard.
Wait, the deal is complete acquittal. In exchange for Maya, you mean? This means that Matt on guard is obviously the killer, pal, no doubt about it.
The guy said that Mr. on guard is innocent.
You really believe what a kidnapper tells you, pal?
I guess he has a point. If the on guard really is innocent, then why is the kidnapping?
And on top of everything else, there's all this evidence we keep finding.
Huh?
The forensics team's having a field day back there. Apparently his urine and stuff is back there too. He peed on the corpse. He hit the gritty. We got video evidence. But it's strange. There's so much evidence that it feels like something's wrong.
There's too much evidence. Is that possible? Actually, didn't the kidnapper say something about on guard being set up?
Anyways, looks like you won't be leaving here tonight, pal. Just sit tight and cooperate with the investigation. Tomorrow you can start yours.
Alright. Is there another way?
We've also got to be careful about pushing the kidnapper the wrong way.
Alright. Beep 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 beep.
Date. Unknown. Time. Unknown. Location.
Unknown.
Beep.
Ow, my head. Oh, look, she can get drunk. You got free drinkies. Where am I? I wonder if I'm still in that hotel. Am I in Maya's perspective? Am I Maya? What happened to me? Nick, Pearly. I guess I am because I got the blue subtitles. Come on, you guys, this isn't funny anymore. The Secret Maya mission.
Click. Whoa! I see you have awoken.
Ah! Who are you?
Me? I am known as the Killer.
The killer? You mean like an assassin? I'm too young to die.
Don't worry. You're not my target. For now, anyways.
Ah! Nick, where are you? Help me!
Yes, that's right. Only one person can save you now. And that is Mr. Wright.
Huh? What? Nick's going to save me?
Calm down now and be a good girl. Think of this as a business transaction.
A business transaction?
I am going to contact him now. I hope you'll cooperate and play your assigned role well.
Nick? What's going to happen to me? Nick? Pearly? Sis? So, like, if the bellboy just, like, turned around for a second and Maya, you know, did the transformation jutsu and became a whole different person, how do you think the bellboy would react? He'd be like, what the heck? Where'd the girl go?
Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney? You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things to be concerning yourself about.
March 21st, 8:11 a.m., Wright & Co. law offices. Good morning. Ah, morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, come on. Let's hurry and go see Mr. On Guard. I have to wait a bit, Pearls. Visiting hours don't start until 9. Oh, I see. Mystic Maya, if only I'd gone with you. Alright, Pearls, she's been like this since last night. We managed to get home somehow yesterday evening, thanks to Detective Gumshoes gently holding her by the hand and leading her here. But by the looks of it, I don't think Pearls got any sleep at all last night. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, she's alright, right? Yeah, she's alright. Either way, I'm going to save her. You can trust me on that. Please help her. I'm only able to stay this calm and collected because Pearls is doing the crying for both of us. So if I gotta get this done in one trial, is this gonna be a short case? That'd be very cool. I have a thought. Huh? You're going to represent Mr. On Guard, aren't you? Yeah, I don't really seem to have a choice. But what if he is the real murderer? What would you do then, Mr. Nick? Would you fight to get a not guilty for a murder to save Mystic Maya? If the killer is Larry, that'd be funny. Pearls, let's talk to Mr. On Guard first, okay? We can think all the bad things we want, but it doesn't change a thing. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I can't stop thinking about it.
Charles, you're really worried about Maya, aren't you?
I don't have anyone else left in this world.
What do you mean?
My family's all gone. You arrested my mom.
Her family?
My father, he left my mother in the village behind and went away. He went to go get milk, never returned.
I'm sorry.
And my mother, she did that thing, all for me. Mystic Maya, she's like a sister to me. She's all I have left in this world.
Well, don't worry, Pearls. Just walks out of the room. March 21st, 8:57 a.m., Detention Center, Visitors Room. Couldn't wait for visiting hours to start, so Pearls and I came down here early to visit one Nickled samurai charged with the murder of the Jammin' Ninja. Good morning. How are you today? I know the situation might be a little tough for you. Where? Sorry, dude. I already signed up. Excuse me? I already have life insurance. I signed up a long time ago. Because my job is, you know. No. We're not insurance salespeople. Really? Dude, I really don't need that right now either. Fire extinguishers, I mean, this building isn't my house, so. No. We're not here to sell you fire extinguishers either. I'm a lawyer. My name is Phoenix Wright. Lawyer. What? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask my manager, okay?
The Nickled Samurai sure is a strange person, isn't he?
I think strange is an understatement. They just let him keep that? Sorry about that. You're just in time. Huh? You're a lawyer dude, right? My manager's looking for a good one right now, so how about it?
Mr. Nick, this is our chance.
I have to make him let me take his case. I have to. Sorry to intrude, but I would like to ask you a few personal questions. That's all okay, but dude, my autobiography's coming out soon, so if I say stuff without the publisher's approval, then I'm gonna be in a real hot water. Hold on a second, I'm gonna ask my publisher. Okay?
Mr. Angard is so lucky. He has so many people he could talk to. I hate this guy already.
I don't know if he actually has anyone he can really talk to. Sorry about that. Like I thought, the publisher said it'd be real bad if I said anything, dude. Does he have a mind of his own? Alright, buddy. I'm a lawyer. Take a look at this. Mr. Angard, this is an attorney's badge. Dude, I'm sorry, but I don't have the free time to be looking at things like that. Huh? I'm much too busy with Nickled Samurai stuff right now. I don't have time to take a lawyer's correspondence course. Why does he believe I'm a salesman? Insurance, then extinguishers, now this? Better call balls. Sir, you are oblivious. Mr. Angard, I would like to ask you about the murder. Oh, you're covering this for a tabloid as a side job, dude. Oh, well, if you want my statement on this, you should ask through my staff. No. I'm not asking on behalf of a tabloid. Hold on a sec. I'm just gonna ask the president of the studio. Okay. Mumble.
Is he alright, Mr. Nick?
If we're talking about Mr. Angard's brain here, I wouldn't put my money on it. Sorry about that. Studio president said, even Neo Mount Fuji itself knows that I'm not the murderer.
Mr. Nick, what's Neo Mount Fuji?
Oh, it's like Mount Fuji, but evil. It's a mountain in the city of Neo Tokyo, the city the Nickled Samurai protects. Yeah, I'm defending a crazy man. Ow. Do you know who this person is? Dude, I know I like to throw money around, but it's not like I buy anything and everything. That's nice, because it's not up for sale anyways. What's that? It's a ticket for the press conference. You were going to give one after winning the Grand Prix, right? Me? Yes. Well, you're in the costume, no less. I never heard anything like that, dude. I only heard about the stage show. I always leave that kind of stuff to my manager. Didn't know. That's odd. Yeah, this guy's already crazy. Hey, do you know what this is?
Mr. Nick, what are you going to do with that?
I don't know yet. I figured I could at least show it to him. She had a transceiver? Hey, it looks like a real nice one, too. I got it as a present from someone. Interesting. I've also been instructed to take your case. Is that what you heard from the transceiver? Yes. Dude, that's terrible. Don't let some disembodied voice boss you around. This has come from a man with a cell phone on his wrist. It's Matt from Wii Sports. Well, dude, I think it's about time for me to get going. Please wait. I really need to take your case. There's always other people in need of a lawyer, right? Want me to introduce you to a few?
Please, please, Mr. Nick, represent you.
Let Mr. Nick. Man, oh man, lawyers these days. Now you dudes use kids to pull in clients too? If you don't take me as your lawyer, then the killer is going to. Wait, what did you just say? The killer? The killer? What's he doing? He looks like he's mulling something over. Alright, dude. I accept your terms. Huh? I'll let you represent me in court.
We did it. We did it, Mr. Nick.
Yeah. I don't feel any better for it, and he doesn't look too happy either. Go ahead, ask me anything. I'll help out as much as I can. Where were you on the day of... on September... never mind, I'm not... that's... My brain goes slow. Man, I think my lucky stars that people know my name. Well, you're quite the hero and you're the national spotlight.
I didn't know who he is. Does that mean I'm not a good citizen?
It's really great to be the Nickel Samurai. Dude, lately, I just keep on getting more and more popular. True enough. The Nickel Samurai is very popular among high schoolers and secretaries right now. Secretaries? I guess Mr. On Guard has a way of catching the eyes of women. Do you know my motto? Refreshing like a spring breeze. That's what I am.
A spring breeze?
That's why this kind of scandal's disastrous, dude. I mean, even I get out of here tomorrow, it's still gonna look bad. But everyone loves a good scandal. He is talking about Maya. Can you tell me about your activities last night? After I got the award, I took my break. I went back to my room, and then don't tell me you went to sleep. I had a post-ceremony stage show to do, so I was in my Nickel Samurai costume. You know, I never thought of Maya as a secretary, but you're right. Maya is indeed a high schooler, a secretary, and a woman. She is indeed all three. Well, is she technically in high school? She seems to have a lot of free time. And you were alone the entire time. My manager was running around being busy, so yeah. Because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show. I told you, dude, I have no idea about any press conference, alright? That's strange, I thought the Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. Anyways, when I was leaving my room, I thought I noticed it was kind of noisy. Mr. Corda was already dead at the time. Yeah, that's what I gathered anyway from my manager. I'm beginning to gather that this guy can't do a thing on his own. And that's when the detective in the green coat showed up. He searched me, and then out of the blue, the dude arrested me. He felt me up, he said, "Nice cock," and moved on. That sounds like gumshoes if you ask me. About you and the victim, Mr. Juan Corda, what sort of... That's got nothing to do with anything, dude. Man, with that face of his, you can't even tell he's the same age as me. And he wanted to try and make a Jammin' Ninja movie, and even though we all know it failed, Nickel Samurai still won in the end, right? Yeah, I took the Grand Prix by storm.
Why'd you put an X in it?
Why does Prix have an X in it? So why would I, the winner, have any reason to kill the guy anyway? Dude, you think it'd be the other way around, you know? You know why you were arrested? I just told you. The cop felt me up and he said nice and moved on. I guess maybe my full body search went badly. Did they find something on you? I found a button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. A button? I don't get it. It was caught in the plates of my samurai pants or hakama. Ah! Dude, I really think someone planted it there, though. I'm serious. I wonder if that's what really happened. I guess this is all I'm gonna get out of him.
Mr. Nick,
Yeah?
let's ask one last thing. Where were you on 9/11? Let's test Mr. On Guard to see if he really is innocent or not.
Oh, no, not that Magatama. We can do that?
Yeah, if you use this.
Why is Magatama?
He won't be able to hide any secrets from you, Mr. Nick.
Yeah, you know, this device we have that can detect any lies. That we just don't use.
I'm sure of it.
I get it. Like in the last case, we could have just asked the killer. It would have been like, hey, did you hide the thing? Hold the Magatama. Hey, it's radiating, it's radiating. You hit it. It's like, oh, well, where's your evidence? Well, I know you hit it, so where is it? Mr. Ankard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Please answer me honestly. What is it, dude? Did you kill Mr. Juan Corda? Please put the phone away and answer this question yourself. Alright, so just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corda. Oh, thank God nothing happened.
Well, Mr. Nick?
Nothing. Not a chain or lock in sight.
Which means it's alright to trust him.
Yeah, it does appear that way. Well, at least I can breathe a sigh of relief knowing my client is innocent. The trial's tomorrow, right? Counting on you, dude. See, they could just do that with anybody. The Magatama's so busted, dude. Like, you could literally just walk into anybody's, like, little, like, interrogation chamber, just hold it up. It radiates. Oh, well, they're guilty, so now I'm gonna prove you're guilty. But that's not fun for the game. You can't just do that. It's not court approved. It's me approved. Spoodum stamp of approval. March 21st, 11:34 a.m. Wright and Co. offices. Well, at least we were able to get Mr. Matt on guard on our side, or as our client. And we know that he didn't do it, which is very important.
So now what do we do?
Well, the trial is tomorrow, and we only get this one chance. Wait, why'd we get a to be continued if we're not doing the trial? Yeah, I guess you are right. There are stipulations to it. There's only one way to prove Mr. On Guard's innocent. We have to find the real killer.
Okay, then let's start looking.
If there's no psyche locks, then that means we can trust Mr. On Guard to be innocent.
I really feel much better knowing that. Ever since last night, I was so worried that I kept wondering, what if he is the real killer? What then?
Hey, I have something I want to ask you, Pearls.
Okay, what is it?
Are you so interested in how Maya and I get along? I mean, she and I don't have anything special,
What? What do you mean? But I thought you and Mystic Maya were... I've been mistaken all this time? No way!
Ah, she really wasn't kidding. Pearls actually believes Maya and I are. Maybe I should have just left it alone.
Mr. Nick, stop it. Don't hide your true feelings from me.
Ah, she slapped me.
She punched me in the nuts.
March 21st, Detention Center Visitors Room. The lawyer dude. So what did you find out? Well, I'm still in the middle of investigating. I see. I've already told you everything I know, dude. You did? Then why is there new text options? Can you tell me about your activities last night? After I got the award, I took a break and went back to my room. I had that post-ceremony stage show to do, so I was in my Nickled samurai costume. You were alone the entire time. My manager was running around being busy, so yeah. Because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show. Told you, dude. I have no idea about any press conference, alright? That's strange. I thought the Nickled Samurai was going to confess something. Anyway, when I was leaving my room, that's when I noticed it looked kind of annoying. Okay, so he's repeating the same things. Mr. Corda was already dead at the time. Yeah, that's what I gathered anyway from my manager. Beginning to gather this guy can't do a thing on his own. So the detective in green... Okay, yeah, he's just saying the same things. I don't care. And I'm out of here. Back to the lobby. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel lobby.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? You can't come in without... Good morning. Hold on, it's you. What is going on around here? I heard poor Juan was killed. Is that true? It's a bad rerun is what this is. Another Steel Samurai doing the most evil of deeds.
You know, that's not entirely...
I'll have you know that I was a huge fan of Juan's. Why, oh why, do all the stars I'm interested in drop one by one like flies? It's always been like that. Ever since I was a little girl, the class hamster was fine until it was my turn. The other kids started calling me Queen Reaper, and I swear whoever your name is or your evil spell dies with 3...
Actually, I wanted to ask you about the murder and what happened.
Don't push me, boy. Mr. Nick, I couldn't hear everything she said because she was talking too fast.
Oh, trust me, I can't even read what she said because she's talking so fast. Saltbag, could you please speak a little slower?
Don't boss me around, you spiky-haired smarty pants. Please revive me, I have ray gun. It's pack-a-punched. My dear Hammer died a year ago in that dreadful murder. And only recently did I finally find a star that makes this heart go Spoodum again.
I don't know what to say.
I ask you, why does every star I cheer for always end up kicking the bucket? I'd watch your words. No one's going to get away with saying anything bad about my wand.
I haven't said anything.
Well, I don't believe a word that woman says anyway.
Yeah, what woman?
That irritating backwater girl with the afro and the horrible country accent. I mean, what is that manner of speaking supposed to be, and why does she never stop?
Have you never met a southerner?
Honestly, women these days, when I was a young maiden, I was so beautiful even, but despite this, I pressed flowers and read the star.
Wells, are you thirsty?
I'm a little.
Okay, I'll go get you some juice or something.
Thank you very much. Hey, are you paying attention to youngins today?
I'm guessing Miss Oldbag heard everything from Lada. I want to ask you about what happened around the time of the murder.
No, I don't know anything about that. I was here getting ready.
Getting ready for what?
The show, of course. Well, and the press conference afterwards.
Cue mysterious music for the magical press conference.
Anyways, I don't know anything about the murder.
Ah, I see.
What? But if you're talking about what I saw, that's
Don't you be a witness.
That's different. I saw it very clearly. What? I saw the most important moment of the night. I saw him take off his shirt.
The most important moment, you don't mean.
Oh, so now you treat me with respect, you disrespectful child. When you speak to your elders, you should always be polite. Really, kids these days.
Please tell me, what did you see? Oh, great. Of course you would have the psyche lock.
And you have 4 of them?
The murder last night was gruesome, wasn't it? But then, what murder isn't?
Please don't stray onto another tangent, please.
If you want to hear more, then show your respect and bring this lady a present.
Oh, why did you have to have psyche locks?
You of all people.
March 21st, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. Looks like the investigation is still in full swing. The hotel staff and the police are running around like a bunch of headless chickens.
Wonder if we can do any investigating on our own in this kind of atmosphere.
Well, gotta roll up the sleeves and try, I guess.
So, like, obviously that guy has Maya locked up here, right?
Couldn't they find her if they just, like, look in every room?
March 21st, Gatewater Hotel.
Well, hey there. Been waiting for you, Mr. Lawyer.
Lada.
Hey, Mr. Copfella. The thief showed his face.
What?
Arrest him. Put him on trial. Find him guilty. Give him the death penalty.
What's wrong, Lada? Are you feeling alright?
Looked here and there and up and down the mountain, but it ain't here. So why don't you just hurry up and give it back to me, you creep? What are you looking for? My camera. Camera. It's my lifeblood. I'm gonna die without my $700 camera.
A camera?
Well, don't lots of people say the criminal always goes back to the scene of the crime? Looky, looky, here you are.
Yep, here I am. Faced with a lot of trouble.
Huh?
So she's been mugged. Interesting.
So you lost your camera.
It ain't no ordinary camera. You buy it in a store and it's $1,600 brand new. Yeah, but didn't you just say you bought it for $700? I had a nice long talk with the guy at the store. About 5 hours, I reckon. Made this itty bitty scratch on it and the manager got all huffed up in the face. Gave me He was talking to and was real mean about it too. He done made me cry at that. When did you lose your camera? Last night after the murder happened. Must have been when I was busy running around looking into things. That's when I lost sight of my dear, darling, expensive sweetie. Lotto, what did you capture with that expensive camera of yours? Don't rightly know. I snapped a shot of anything that caught my eye. So I don't remember. Besides, I couldn't get anything from my big scoop. I wonder if Lotta's missing cameras even connected to the murder. What? That case does not look right. Very expensive item valued at $1,600. It was stolen around the time of the murder. Lotta, please tell me what you know about what happened at the time of the murder. Well, from the ceremony last night, I was hanging around here in this area. Yeah, actually, I was here until around the time Mr. On Guard was I thought she said Edgeworth. How are you doing in here? Sure you went to school, city boy? Whenever a lot of heart goes, there's a story to be found, a big scoop to be had. A big scoop? Told you before. I'm gonna be the best tabloid photographer the world's ever seen. Blech.
Water, Sandy.
Well, I reckon, of course, that means I'm always looking for the perfect shot. I wonder what scoop she was after this time. Although I was also on the lookout for one of the other stars that were here. So maybe I wasn't here the entire time. That's right, Lotta, you're not supposed to lie to me. Southern grammar down there, feller. Lotta, are you sure you weren't here the entire time? So you could take a picture for your big scoop. Well, maybe I was. Well, that's what a real journalist do. Got some juicy info, so I thought to myself, why not get a picture for proof? What kind of story was it that you would hang around here for? Oh, brother.
Hit him with the zaggy locks.
Oops, I'm sorry, Mr. Lawyer. Can't be telling you that. Trade secret, you know? Not again. Why does everyone have something to hide?
Just tell me the truth.
We've been stopped, haven't we? Oh yeah, take that, Mr. Lawyer. I'm glad someone around here is happy. There's Lotta and your high rule smile. Is there anywhere else I can go? Oh, there's plenty. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel on Guard's Hotel. Where are we? We're in Mr. Matt on Guard's dressing room. This is our client's room. May I help you with something? Oh, it's Zero Suit Samus. You're Mr. Edger. Mr. On Guard's lawyer, correct? I gathered as much. I also looked for lawyers on my end, but to no avail. How did you know I'm his lawyer? You were just saying that he is your client. In a situation like this, the only person who would use such a word would be his lawyer. Wow! It's a simple deduction, really. The trial's tomorrow and Mr. On Guard's situation is looking rather grim. So you came here one stop in your mad dash to find clues to build his case, correct? Well, you're not totally right. But you're not totally wrong, either. It's really not the time to be showing off, Mr. Nick. I am Adrian Andrews. I hate to waste time, so let's get down to business. Alright. Maybe of the small stature, but appearances can be deceiving. Is she short?
Night of the murder.
I assume the first thing you need to know is what everyone was doing that night, correct? Yes, that is correct. And I will tell you. Before the awards ceremony, I had dinner with Mr. On Guard. In this very room, I might add. Dinner? What did you eat? I told you I hate to waste time with trifling details. Dude, it's Francisca, but she's blonde. If you took a look at the table yourself, you wouldn't need to ask.
No, don't tell me it was steak again.
I bet she's a lot of fun at parties. When the award show was starting, I headed for Viola Hall. And after the show ended, he came back to his room. No, I had some small errands to run. I helped Andrews with preparations in the lobby. Ah, preparations for the post-ceremony show, I guess. When it was time for post-ceremony show, I came back to call Mr. On Guard. After that, I went to visit Mr. Corrida. That's when you found his body, didn't you? You really held strong through everything?
Yeah, she does seem to be mentally tough as nails. Well, yeah, she's off fighting space aliens, or space pirates, or whatever the plot of Metroid is. So, about you and... Stop right there. You aren't seriously about to ask how Mr. Engard and I are related, are you? Sorry. I had no idea how he could choose you as a lawyer. Why'd you have to go and say something like that?
Mr. Nick, calm down and hang in there. I'll give you a shoulder rub to relieve your stress later, alright? I already gave you my name earlier, but I'll add that I'm Mr. Engard's manager.
His manager? Speaking of managers, did the victim of Mr. Corda have one?
No, he did not.
He didn't?
Global Studios has a very different policy from Worldwide Studios in that. Worldwide Studios does not assign individual managers to their stars.
I see.
This industry is very ruthless and unforgiving. Actually, you look quite ruthless and unforgiving yourself to your poor partner. Dragging a little girl like her to the places like this, honestly. You're wrong. I'm doing this to help Mystic Maya.
Well, just calm down and hang in there. You don't have to beat up every woman you see. I'll buy you juice later, alright? Nice steak. Where's the bone on this one? There's a giant bone sitting on the plate.
I don't really like meat.
There's something weird about this plate. I just wish I could put my finger on what it is. Like dishes left over from dinner, a dinner for two at what?
I'm sure they're Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews' plates.
Looks like they had T-bone steaks. What's with Global Studios and T-bone steaks? That's what I'm saying. There's some samurai-looking clothes on the sofa there.
I think that jacket-looking thing is called a happy.
Whatever it is, I'm sure something like that would make a great souvenir. I would be absolutely thrilled. She'd steal it. She already stole a poster. What about this hairdryer, ma'am? It's probably Mr. Engard's suitcase. For someone who is only going to be here for the award show, it's a lot of stuff. Lucky it was about 3 days worth of clothes in here.
Stars really are different from us, aren't they?
Well, you know, better be over-prepared than under-prepared. That's the bedroom over there.
That's a bed? Wow, they have really big beds here.
I'm sorry for you, Pearls, that you have to sleep on the floor. Alright, woman. It's time for the best phase, the interrogation phase. What do you know about my badge? I'd like you to ask about this.
I told you I hate trifling matters. It's a waste of time to show me things that have no relevance to me.
That was the first time I've been shut down this badly. Let's look at my badge. What about Lotta's camera? I'd like to ask about this. I told you I hate trifling matters. What about this? No? What about this? You're the one taking care of the arrangements for this press conference, right?
Yes, that's right. But Mr. Engard said he didn't know about it.
Is that what he said?
Huh? Actually, I didn't know all the details either. It was a request from the publicity department. All I did was help out and do what I was asked. Oh, I see.
I wonder about that. I wouldn't take her to be the type of person to do something without knowing the details. No new dialogue? What do you think about this? Alright, she's got nothing to say. What do you think about this guy? Did you know the victim, Mr. Corda?
Yes, I knew him. The world is such a small place, after all.
Is it?
Did you know about his rivalry with the Nickled Samurai? Honestly, they were like children when it came to that. Time and time again, those two competed with each other over the most trivial things.
God, and then it's gonna be like, well, the guy who died was actually gonna go kill somebody else, but then tried to frame the other guy because he was jealous, and then something led to that guy dying, and then now we're on the whole spin of the deal again. And then T-bone steaks are gonna be the problem. He probably choked on a bone. I don't know.
If either one of them wasn't so stubborn, then maybe no one would have had needed to die.
I've got a hunch that this woman knows more than she's letting on. She must know why Juan Corda was killed. Do you have any ideas?
As to?
As to why Corda was murdered?
Why did you ask me about such a thing? I'm just doing my job, so do you have any ideas?
Oh god, dude.
And there's 4 of them!
Sorry, but there's nothing more I have to add to this conversation. Is it a psyche lock, Mr. Nick? Yes, there's getting to be more and more of these lately.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I guess to be fair, they did say you have to complete this in 1 trial, so I guess we have to get everything we can. It's quadruple square. We got 2 sets of 4. Alright, Zero Suit Samus, I'm out of here. I think you're cringe anyways. I don't even like you in Smash Ultimate. What the heck? Hi there, Sensei. I'm Teddy. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel, Corridors Hotel Room. Mr. Nick, where are we? We're in the Teddy box. This is where Teddy's gonna murder us. We're in Mr. Juan Corrida's room, Pearls. Mr. Corrida? The victim, which makes this the crime scene, too. Oh,
Oh, it's you. So, what happened? The kidnapper? Has he contacted you again?
not yet. He probably won't until we win Mr. On Guard's acquittal.
You doing okay, pal? Hanging in there?
I just want Maya to be alright.
We don't have a lot of time left, but I'm going to help you as much as I can, pal.
Can you do that even if we want to look around the crime scene?
Just this once. Special circumstances, right, pal? I'll even tell you everything I know, but you've got to keep quiet. It's my neck on the line here.
Thank you.
Oh, that's right. I got you guys a map of the hotel, pal. Here you go, little missy.
Well, you're giving it to me, thank you.
Wouldn't want you to get lost in a big hotel too big for its own good.
Mr. Nick, I got a map. That's great, Pearls. But Mr. Nick, I can't read what it says. I'm illiterate. Let's take a look at the map. Ah, I see the problem here. It's shaped like a microphone. Alright, gumshoes. Gum sneeze. You know what the cause of death?
Well, technically the final autopsy report isn't out yet, but one look at the victim should tell you, pal.
It should?
Yeah, here's a picture.
That is the dinkiest knife that this man could have died to. There's a knife in his chest.
Yeah, pal, that's the murder weapon.
So he was stabbed to death.
They're looking at the fingerprints down at the lab right now.
There were fingerprints on the knife?
Yep. It looks like they're pretty sure they're Mr.
Why'd they have to make his name Mr. On Guard when there's Mr. Edgeworth?
They're Mr. On Guard's prints, pal.
That's bad, real bad. Crime photo added to the court record. Why was Mr. On Guard arrested?
Because we had evidence on him.
Evidence?
It looks like the victim, Juan Corrida, really put up a big fight. What?
I think this guy likes bears. Yeah, well look at the crime scene and you can tell. He also had bone.
T-bone.
Yeah, signs of a struggle everywhere. Is there? It kind of... This seems more just like an average day.
Well, yeah, during the fight his button came off.
Mr. On Guard said something about a button. Nothing like one of the Jammin' Ninja's buttons got caught on his Hakama.
But that's not all.
What?
There was a witness, pal.
A witness? Who is it?
That lady. Miss Oldbag.
He's anyone but her.
The prosecution has plenty of evidence to make a solid case. Not to mention there's something around where the Vic was... that's a little off.
Something that's a little off, as in,
that's for you to figure out, pal.
but you're the detective. Alright, let's try to figure it out, Mr. Nick.
But you're the detective. Why is it my job?
Wait, it's fake. There's ketchup in this picture.
He faked his death.
He said he'd tell me everything, so...
You look at this photo and you can't help it. It makes you want to say, I can't believe this is the scene of a murder.
Stabbed with a knife after a struggle. The clue is sleeping in this photo somewhere, I know it. It's the ketchup. Oh, I probably shouldn't have shown him the map. It doesn't have anything to do with this. What about this camera? What about this?
That's your present from the kidnapper, huh? While you're talking, it sends and receives radio waves. If we could trace that.
Yeah, we could use it to find out where the bad guy is. He uses radio waves, huh?
I got it. I'll go find a radio scanner and let you borrow it, pal.
What do you know about this? What do you know about this? What do you know about Zero Suit Samus?
She's Mr. On-Guard's manager, right? No matter what I do, I really stink at talking with people like her.
She probably did it.
As soon as I open my mouth, I get all flustered. See, she's one of those women with a brain. She's someone who's got things figured out. Or she gets things done.
Yeah, she does give that sort of impression, like she's got it all together.
Compared to her, you can easily tell I'm a can't do anything right kind of guy. That's why I get all nervous and start messing up.
I feel sort of bad for him. Poor Gumshoes. He's doing his best. I don't know who the prosecutor is for this trial. I'd assume it's Francisca.
I thought she was an alien from outer space.
Yeah, probably because she's wearing that strange helmet.
Nah, even with her helmet off, I thought she was an alien, pal.
I think that's probably best kept to yourself, if you know what I mean.
Hey, why don't we let bygones be bygones, pal? Look, this guy is guilty. A buck says so.
$1. Sure you're not talking about Pearl's allowance money?
I can't bet any more than that. My salary,
It doesn't matter what we think. I still have to defend Mr. On Guard in court or else. He can't bet more than $1. Mr. Nick. Poor guy.
I'm not a real fan of action shots.
Oh, you already said that. I already gone through this one. Think about Lotta.
If I had a choice, she would be number 3 on my list of people I don't want to see.
Because I'm in the #1 spot.
Don't get all high and mighty on me here. You've got to take a tumble into second place. Or you've taken a tumble into second place, pal.
Ah, really? Then who's in first?
Miss Von Karma's miles and miles ahead of you.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to get whipped either. Oh.
She's really scary, right? Right now. Miss Von Karma, you really don't.
He's so scared of her that he's whispering now. What do you know about this? I mean, to be fair, his fear is justified, I'd say.
No.
Alright, what do we got here? A lot of teddies. I can only take the one. It's a beautiful wine glass, and there's tomato juice. This man's out here just drinking straight tomato juice.
Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it much.
There's a bottle of it over on the table there. That's probably where it came from.
But doesn't it seem weird?
That seems weird.
I mean, everything else is scattered all over the floor.
She's right. The flower vase was broken and the makeup is strewn everywhere.
Why is this glass the only thing that's still alright?
Because it's glued. Found next to the victim. It's filled with tomato juice. No sign it's been drank. Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. Controller? This is probably where Mr. Corda fought his assailant.
What are these bits of glass from?
Flower vase, maybe. There are flowers on the floor, but I don't know what they are.
You don't know much about flowers, do you, Mr. Nick?
You don't know flower language? Crazy. This is a guitar case, I guess. A little beat up, but still usable.
It's strange the guitar is not here.
Maybe he forgot to bring it to the show.
But Mystic Maya, she said the bright red guitar was the Jam and Ninja signature item.
That's true. Eh. The guitar case is wet, but it's only wet on the top of the lid.
Yeah, there's no water inside the case. This is water, is it? Isn't it?
guitar case at? Look at the innocent smile. Is that water? Please tell me that's water. Found next to the victim, there's some water, but only on the top of the lid. That means somebody scrubbed it down. Probably. Tomato. Looks like Mr. Carter had dinner last night. This bottle, it's tomato juice. We had a whole lot of food at the award show last night, but I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after eating a meager meal like this.
The T-bone steak.
Oh, it's very serious, Sensei. So that's a bed, right?
Yep, it's big, but it's a bed.
Ah, Mr. Nick, it's so soft.
Big beds must be a rarity for her.
Yeah, she sleeps on the floor. I bet this dog did it. Or not dog, this raccoon dog bear. Is this the first scene I've actually gotten to like slide around in? This game? I don't remember really sliding around. Wow, there are a lot of bears.
Alarm clock ones, collector's editions, stuffed teddies, plastic models. Pretty overwhelming. Is there a kind of bear he doesn't have?
There's even a few in this trash can.
Yeah, I get the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears.
Poor teddies.
Well, it's hard to bear with all these problems.
I don't think I want to bear with the trauma the last case caused me.
Why'd the clown come back?
What's wrong, Mr. Nick?
Not the clown.
Anyways, it's a suitcase. There's so many things in that. I bet it barely closes. There's his clothes, a dryer, an electric shaver, a calculator.
Do All-Stars pack too much stuff like Mr. Corda? That bear really is in the trash.
Mo curls.
It's so messy here.
Girls really like things neat and tidy, I take it.
There are a lot of electric things in here and I've never seen before. Hey, Mr. Nick, tell me what they are, pretty please.
Okay, that over there is a watch. You wear it on your wrist.
I know what a watch is.
Oops, for a second there, I forgot I was talking with Pearls, not Maya.
Oh, is he trying to be, like, snarky?
What's in the fridge?
There are all sorts of things in the refrigerator.
The carrot juice bottle and the tomato juice bottle are both empty.
Both empty. Too much of a hassle to throw them away, I guess. They're all vegetable juices. I guess he must have been a real health nut.
Oh, there's a beet, some ketchup, and a bottle of strawberry jam, too.
Maybe red was his favorite color.
Look at this guy. This guy's just, like, staring at me.
He's like, yeah, what do you want? We own this crib now. You mess with me, you're gonna get the big guy in the back. Hey, I'm the big guy in the back. You cause a problem for the boss, you're gonna cause a problem with me. I'm gonna escort you out of here with these bare hands. With my bare hands. That's right, run away.
Okay, there seems to be nothing here. Oh wait, we got the guitar case and the wine. What do you think about this?
Why can you tell me about this guitar case?
Oh, that? This is just what I heard, pal. But that's the Jammin' Ninja signature item.
Guitar case?
No, not that. What do you take me as? I mean the guitar inside, of course.
But the guitar is missing.
Yeah, we looked for it, too. It's not normal for a person to forget to bring their most famous item to an award show.
It's starting to sound like the red guitar is related to this case after all.
Did you check under somebody's wheelchair? Just throwing that out there.
About this wine glass.
Oh, so you noticed it, pal. The whole crime scene was a mess, but this glass was the only thing that was untouched.
You noticed that too, Detective Gumshoe?
No, actually, Miss Von Karma noticed it first.
Yeah, Pearls noticed it before me too. Hey, wait a minute. Does that mean Miss Von Karma's here at the hotel?
Yeah, she's around. Man, you're gonna be in so much trouble, pal. Especially if she catches you in here.
Okay, so yeah, I guess Von Karma is, Francisca is the prosecutor of the case.
Well, you can bet the instant I see her, I'll be running the 1,000 meter dash. I'm about to hit the fitness gram pacer test, if you know what I mean.
Beep, 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 beep.
What's that beeping noise, Mr. Nick?
I've heard this sound somewhere before.
It's Miss Von Karma.
Huh?
For some reason, whenever I hear that sound, she pops up. Oh, it's the Von Karma radar. She popped out of nowhere and whips me.
Come to think of it, that's exactly what happened the last time.
So, sorry, I've got to make myself scarce later, pal. Ah!
At last, you reveal your true nature, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Would it be too much to ask for you to be nice to me for a change? So you're trying to steal the information from pitifully hopeless detectives.
Why'd it look like she was just whipping herself?
That's very dishonorable of you.
Ow!
Hey, don't you dare run away, Scruffy McTrenchcoat. I didn't think that detectives of this country could be this pitiful.
Ah!
Detective, come over here for a second. Get on your hands and knees.
Oh, she killed him.
I feel better knowing at least you were man enough to face your punishment. He was so scared. He just froze up on the spot. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you've soiled my perfect prosecution record. Not once, but twice. I'll never forget that. This time, victory is mine.
Victory is yours. Is that all this means to you?
What? Come, Scruffy, the investigation briefing is about to begin.
Yes, sir.
This isn't over yet. I swear on my family's honor. Ah, what's she throwing me now?
What is this?
Well, guess this means I've got to get back to the precinct now, pal. If you ever need me, come down to the Criminals Affairs Department, alright? And if you can, try not to let Miss Karma see you.
Oh, we can go back to the place now.
Oh, which doesn't exist? Oh. What'd she throw at me? Oh, wait, it's right there.
Mr. Nick, what's this piece of paper?
It's called an autograph.
Autograph?
The paper's got Mr. Carter's name written on it, so it's his autograph.
I can't read it at all.
Are you 8? How are you 8 and you can't read? Like, you learn that when you're like 5. Even earlier.
To be honest, I've never seen writing that looks like...
Okay, fair enough, it's cursive. Ah, it's a special way of writing called cursive. I can't judge her for that, because I can barely read cursive. Look here, see how it says, "To my dearest Wendy," in more normal letters here.
This snappy, unreadable writing, it's crazy and cruel to give this to someone.
I agree. I'm glad we're on the same track here, Pearls. Hold on. Wendy, I've heard that name somewhere before. Mr. Carter's autograph added to the court record.
Wendy Oldbag. I'm on my way.
Not you.
March 21st, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. Oh, Mr. Wright, how are you?
Ah, Mr. Powers, have you been here the entire time?
Yeah, people connected to the murder aren't allowed to go home, let alone leave.
Ah, I'm sorry, Mr. Powers. Can you tell me a little more about the Nickled Samurai TV show?
Okay. Nickled Samurai is an action hero program aimed towards kids. It's a sequel to the Steel Samurai.
I see.
This time there are 3 samurai brothers.
Aluminum.
Samurai.
10 samurai. And of course the Nickel Samurai. It's a Love Y in Neo World's Tokyo.
I see. Oh, wait. A love what?
A Love Y. This girl Sayo works at the tea shop, and all 3 guys fall for her at the same time.
Oh god, he's recapping the big top. Ah, I guess the Y shape is like the 3 brothers colliding over this one girl.
Anyways, Sayo is actually the daughter of the evil Strawberry clans. We are the village hidden in the strawberries.
Sounds like an unusual situation, like Romeo and Juliet. Times 3.
Yeah. Strange thing is, this sort of forbidden love story is really big with the office ladies. Yes, Pearl?
What happened next? I want to know. Miss Sayo. Does Miss Sayo fall in love? She does, doesn't she?
Pearls has a thing for romance.
Every Sunday at 8 a.m.
I'm going to stop watching Kids Masterpiece Theater starting this week.
I can't believe she's really considering it. Yeah, you're not high schooler or a secretary. So, what's the Jam and Ninja TV show like?
It started from a remake of an old movie, to tell you the truth. Jam and Ninja, like the samurai shows, it's geared towards kids. It's the story of a ninja who can't scale a wall, but became a big pop star anyways.
What?
He was a really lousy ninja, absolutely couldn't do any ninja things right at all. But boy, could he sing. With his trusty bright red guitar in his hand, he took the ancient world by storm.
A ninja with a bright red guitar.
And in the final fight in the front of the beloved Princess Missoula, Jamin versus the Muromachi 5. Suddenly, our brave hero catches a not-so-jammin' cold the night before Battle 3.
That's too bad for him.
Yeah, this kind of pop music-based love story is something high school girls really like.
Yes, Pearl?
What happened next? I want to know. The Jam and Ninja, will he be able to sing? What about Princess Missoula?
Every Sunday at 8 a.m.
Which show should I watch?
I can't believe she's really considering it. See, Pearls is much more entertaining to have than Maya on the team.
The guitar case, that's Juan's.
I'm guessing you've seen this case before.
It's pretty famous by now. It stands out because it holds the bright red guitar.
Bright red guitar. The Jam and Ninja signature item.
But if the guitar is so important, how could he forget it for the award ceremony?
That does seem a little strange.
Sorry, thanks for taking the time to take it out and show it to me, but I'm really...
Hey, you want to see a dead body? Guess he didn't.
I can't believe it. A kidnapping?
Do you remember what the person looked like who gave this to you?
He was that bellboy, and I didn't suspect a thing because he looked like such a normal old man.
Old man, huh? No, he didn't. He didn't look normal in the slightest. He had, like, stitches going all down his face. He's wearing a skin suit.
Oh, hey, that's Miss Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her for a little bit. Just a little.
So Mr. Powers likes this type of woman. Well, yeah, he needs a brains to his brawn. What do you know about Miss Andrews?
Well, see here. Here's the thing, I don't really know her I really know her, you know? There's sort of a small rumor going around about her right now.
A rumor?
If you're interested, I'd be glad to share what I know.
He's so happy, he looks like a lion that's just found his next meal. Alright, what do you know about Zero Suit Samus? Would you mind telling me about this gossip? Spill the tea, as one would say.
You are interested in it. I figured you would be.
Yeah?
I have such a weakness for celebrity gossip, too.
Oh, really? You too, huh?
Yeah, so take a look at this.
Looks like a tabloid Miss Oldbag would read. Alright, let's see here. Jammin' Midnight Quiz, or Rendezvous. The mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss AA.
You see now, don't you?
What?
You can't stop pretending to be in the dark, Mr. Wright. One Corda didn't have a manager of his own. Which means if we're talking about a certain manager with the initials AA.
Adriana Andrews.
Yes, exactly. This is big news.
It seems kind of odd, that woman, Miss Andrews, together with the biggest rival of her client. Oh my god, she's got the romance Y. There's gonna be a third one. And it's him. It's Miss Powers.
It's a wonderful thing that can only happen between two people.
Mr. Powers looks so happy.
Alice is just following along, not having any idea as to why he's smiling.
Well, like the saying goes, one man's garbage is another man's treasure. Article from the tabloid.
We've got so much evidence already. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous, a superstar in an ultra-hot mega-secret love scandal. Reliable sources say that Juan Corda has been getting in close with the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss AA. My god. Can you tell me about this?
Can you tell me about this? You just handed this to me. What do you mean you know nothing about it? Do you know Francisca? We never would have thought I'd see her in a place like this. The last time we saw each other was during that really bad incident, you know? I mean, when I look back now, I think the good things, so it's not so bad, I guess. Yeah, I would love to go back into time and relive a few of those good times, or good things. That's not funny. Yeah, I guess not. Where's the kid? I know the kid's gonna show up at some point. Matt's younger than me. Well, you can practically see his star potential. I'm gonna go talk to Old Bag before I go back to Andrews.
His star potential?
I got his autograph the other day.
Feels kind of wrong now, doesn't it?
I don't care what people say. Matt didn't kill Juan. I know he didn't. Alright, I'm done with you, Powers. We're gonna go to Old Bag so I can move this case along. Hey, Old Bag, I got you an autograph.
Don't have anything to say to the delinquents like you. Please, anything would be helpful. Well then, how about I tell you my measurements?
No, that's okay, really.
She really doesn't like you, does she, Mr. Nick?
I know. Alright, never mind. Back to Andrews. Oh, wait. We can go to Criminal Affairs. There he is! The demon!
Ding, ding, ding.
March 21st, Police Station Criminal Affairs Department.
Doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here.
Great. Now even Pearls is calling him Scruffy. Thanks, Francisca. They said something about an investigation briefing earlier, right? Why don't we come back and try again later when they're done?
Okay, I guess that's all we can do, right, Mr. Nick?
Wait, I want to see what this guy's up to these days. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. A break and a spit it out, you low-life scumbag. A turkey sandwich. Don't you eat ham every day? Get sick of it or something? Must be doing image training for interrogations. Yeah, don't you guys love the blue badger?
Oh, it's kinda cute. Mr. Nick, what is this stuffed animal's name?
The chief. That's the blue badger. It was my idea. I made it. It's the precinct's mascot, you know?
Oh, wow.
I'll get him a signed mascot of every police station if it's the last thing I do.
I hope you succeed in your mission, sir.
When it said chief, I thought it was, what's his face? Dom and God. And I was like, what is he doing back? Alright, let's go see if I can hit up the psyche lock. Shut up, Lotta. I present to you. Well, actually, first let's present her evidence, just in case she has something to say. I'd like to ask you about this. Told you I hate trifling matters. Wouldn't want to jump into the Magatama. Wait, did she say something about that? No. What about this? I'd like to ask you about this. Told you. His name could be anything. I kept calling him Dom and Gaunt. So that's how I'm gonna forever remember him. Take that! Show me them locks! I hope I got all the stuff I need for this. Motive for the murder. Or motive for murder. I was one Koida murdered. If you ask me, I think you know the reasons he was killed. Now you're hiding things. But you realize you're putting Mr. On Guard's life in danger by your actions. You ask questions for which I have no answers. Truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Corida. You were not that close. That's right. You've never been good at being intimate with another person. You're not good at being intimate with another person. Somehow, I highly doubt that. Take that! You and Mr. Corida had an intimate relationship, did you not? A silly third-rate tabloid article. If you even had half your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. Well, it seems quite a few people have already bought into this story. That's to be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on her good side. In any case, I despise
interpersonal relationships like that. I see, however. What if there was a need for you to get close to someone? Me need to get close to Mr. Corda, as if there was such a need. You should get close to Mr. Corda for this personal sake.
Didn't you get close to Mr. Corda for this person's sake? Oh. Buddy and guard. Never mind, it wasn't on guard. Was it Old Bag? You doing a favor for Old Bag? For this person's sake. An intelligent woman. Well, clearly it was Gumshoes. Well, hey, pal, don't go accusing me of everything. It was not Old Bag. It was not the guy. For this person's sake, maybe I don't have a person I need. No shot, it's Will, right? No. Well, I'm dead. I'm just gonna do me a favor and just reload. Okay, so I must not have the person I need for this yet. I do have the person? Who the heck? Alright, we got it. Zero Suit Samus. Take that! Did you get close to Mr. Corda for this person's sake? Well, if it's not Will, it's not Juan, it's not Matt, and it's not Security Lady. Wait, we know her name. Why is she labeled Security Lady? I'm pretty sure her real name is Wendy Oldbeck. It literally says it. Yeah, it might be Lotta. No, it's not Lotta. It was Francisca. It was not Francisca. I don't think I have the person. I've gone through Gumshoes. Well, clearly you did it for pearls. Well, I'm gonna guess it's not a... I'm gonna guess it's not a person. Like, person. Da-dun! Yeah, it's not a person's, like, profile. So it has to be in the evidence. Alright, Miss Love Y. Buddy. Beep. Did you get close to Mr. Corda for the sake, or for this person's sake? Is it the Nickel Samurai? No. Yeah, we're just going through process of elimination. I'm just brute forcing this. Is it the killer? I've gone through all the people. I don't know. I don't think I have what I need here. Yeah, I checked every person except Maya. But I doubt Maya and this lady have any correlation. Well, I didn't do her. I didn't do her and Maya. Those are the only two I didn't do. But why would I submit her? Yeah, see? Doesn't do anything. Alright, I've gone through everybody. I don't think I have the person I need here. I don't have them. Alright, we're out of here. It's time to boog it on out of here. What do you think about this? I told you how many times now I'm a journalist. I've got so much info running laps in my head I forget things here and there. Please don't get so worked up over this. I don't care if you beg me. Oh yeah, I could go through Old Bag's lock. I didn't think about that. I'll be honest, I already forgot she had one. She's got like a fishbowl on her head. What you witnessed?
Alright, I'll be honest with you for now.
And please, tell us what you saw.
But oh, what a waste. Here I have a perfectly good chance to have a little fun at you youngins' expense. I'm a little devil, after all.
Doesn't that imply you aren't a good person? Alright, I'll give you what you want. Oh.
That's the wand's autograph.
Yes, it is.
It says to my dearest Wendy on it. That's me, right?
Oh, it's gonna be a coincidence.
Right? My name is Wendy Oldbag, so that Wendy has to be me, right?
Well, it may say Wendy. Somehow I don't think this Juan had this Wendy in mind when he signed it.
Oh, please give it to me. Let me have it, please.
Imagine if it just shattered all 4 locks. I can't let you have it just like that.
Yes, I know. And how about an exchange?
No, break all. Well, I was close. She must really want this autograph.
Half isn't good enough for you. Fine, Mr. Wright, you win. Wendy Oldbag ready to open up her heart, all for my dear Swan.
Oh, I was right. My god. That was my favorite, Psyche lock right there. Autograph given to Wendy Dearest. What you witnessed?
I feel bad for you now.
Huh?
I tell you, I saw him that night. I saw him coming out of Juan's room.
You're kidding.
Oh no. It was about 10 minutes before Juan's body was discovered. It was just a coincidence. I was on my way to the toilet minding my own business.
And did you tell that to the police?
Well, of course. I thought I could get a gift certificate of 2. Or 2 out of it, maybe more. Gift certificate? I've been recruited again for that part of that trial, you know, the trial tomorrow. This time, you're gonna get it. I'm gonna work hard to get your client pronounced guilty. But Mr. On Guard hasn't done anything bad. I don't care about details like that. I know he did my poor Johnny, or my poor Dwanin. I just know that yellow-bellied chicken. Yellow-bellied chicken? I wonder what that would look like.
It'll be a chicken. But he's got a yellow belly.
I trust my senses. I know when someone did something bad, and I say he did.
What did Mr. On Guard ever do to her to deserve this? The same things Powers did to Hammer? What did Mr. On Guard do to you to make you so?
You don't know. That guy, he framed my wand. He created that scandal that plagued poor Juan. Mr. Nick.
What is it?
What's a scandal?
Oh, I'll tell you about that after we get home, okay?
Poor Juan, led astray by the wiles of a vile temptress. Mr. Nick, what do vials and wild temptresses mean?
Okay, so now this is where we're gonna get the person, I think.
Ah.
How about we just listen to what Miss Oldbag has to say for now, okay, Pearls? Miss Oldbag, who is this woman you're talking about?
Adrian Andrews, of course. Who else? That guy, he shoved that girl into Juan on purpose.
Town manager, but why?
I thought lawyers were smart. It was to create a scandal to make Juan lose face. That girl drove Juan into the scandal that dragged his reputation through the mud.
Sounds like a pretty standard definition of a scandal to me. How do you know about that anyways, Miss Oldbag?
I'm one of Juan's biggest fans. I'm always out there gathering information. There's nothing I don't know.
And do you have proof that Mr. On Guard did what you say he did?
Next week's issue of a certain magazine says so.
Of course. A tabloid.
Next week? Doesn't that mean it's something people don't know about yet?
Why would Miss Oldbag have information like that? And where'd she get it?
Well, I've lost my autograph.
What do you think about this? She had to slap on the fishbowl. Well, that didn't exactly help me. Oh, wait, no, because she said that she did it, or she was pushed onto the guy for Mad on Guard's sake. Okay, so maybe now we go back. Unless... No. Unless... What do you think about this article?
You're talking about her thing with Juan. I always thought she was a bit careless in the way she handled it.
And that's it?
That's it.
Okay, what about Adrian?
That's my manager. Did you meet her?
Yeah?
What do you think?
Strong woman, right?
She takes good care of me.
You're such a mama's boy. What do you think about Old Bag?
Yeah, dude, this person looks like a member of my fan club.
Quite the opposite, actually. Ask my fan club president. Hey, so you want to see a dead body?
Dude, I know, like, throw money around, but...
What do you think about tomato juice? What do you think about this guitar? What do you think about... He didn't say anything about this magazine, right? Yeah, you know, he said something about it. What do you think about this camera? Okay, there's nothing here for me. It's time to get out of here. No, wait. Did I talk about the victim? I hear the victim, Mr. Juan Corda. What sort of... Got nothing to do with anything, dude. Man, with that face of his, you can't even tell he's the same. Okay, he said this already. Wright and Cole offices. Back to the lobby. Back to this. Back. Did you say anything? Anything new in Corrida's room? No. We just turn the screen and there's just like a guy in the back just crawling around. We don't have like the proof, I guess, but I don't know where else to go. I could try again. But yeah, it's like we're still nowhere like. But try talking to Lada? I guess I could. I don't know if she has anything new to say. Oh wait, I forgot she had a psyche lock. Dude, I hate this mechanic. Done. Why all you people gotta lie to me? Down here in the south. Lada, will you please answer my question? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room? Well, I told you, didn't I? For my scoop. But I want to know about the details of the scoop. Well, that's not something I can just tell you. I mean, that there's my bread and butter. Alright then, an unpleasant tabloid photographer looking for a scoop. I'm gonna say that you were looking into a scandal. I believe that you, Lada Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story. Perhaps an unfolding scandal between Juan Corda and this person. Take that! This woman? She's Adriana Andrews, Matt Hungar's manager. The Nickled Samurai's manager caught secretly meeting with his rival, the Jammin' Ninja. It would be the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it?
You're pretty good at this guessing thing, Mr. Lawyer. But you can't just make up any old thing and think it'll make the papers. You gotta have backup.
Backup?
Yeah, you gotta have that. What's this, new sauce?
You mean the news source?
Let's see it. Tell me something that shows that Juan and had it. Okay.
Objection! This is the article from a certain weekly tabloid. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. To the mysterious yet beautiful manager of the stars of Miss MAA.
Ah?
Miss Corda didn't have a manager of his own. What's more, his rival, Mr. Guard's manager, Adrian Andrews. She has the initials AA. He saw this article and then thought
take some pictures of them as proof. That's why you were looking around Miss Corda's door last night. Wah! Mamma mia. Waluigi. Unlock. Successful. Big scoop. You were looking into Miss Corda and Miss Andrews' affairs, weren't you? You got it. I was going to get myself a scoop by catching them in a secret meeting. There's already an article about it in one of the weekly tabloid magazines. It's no longer breaking news. What did you just say? Her initials are AA. What kind of vague thing is that? That ain't no proof of nothing. People are going to want to see real proof. Well, at least I do. So that's what I was doing, getting photos. Oh. I'm going to whip up a reader's interest with some gossip and a little misleading. Then spice it up a little and have myself an exclusive story. Welcome back. Wow. Wow, a lot of nice journalistic integrity you got there. Making up lies.
You're lying. You lie.
I already finished writing up my spicy article, you know. But the paper I wrote on, my note to myself, it's gone. Your note to yourself is inside the case of my $1,600 camera. It'll run off together. I came here for my big story, didn't come here to have my treasure disappear on me. Yeah, I understand. It's enough to make an old gal bonkers. I tell you what's with people nowadays, anyway. Never thought I'd see the day when someone done steal something from me. Well, you want that note back, huh? I've got no idea why, though. The story on that note is probably a bold-faced lie. Tabloid article about the victim was in the case. A lot of camera update. So, do I gotta go find the camera? We'll just move around real quick just to make sure nothing changes. Dun, dun, dun. Ain't nothing new amongst the people. I've got no new evidence. Well, we're back to you. Still don't think I have what I need here, but...
Unless something's changed at the police department, question mark.
Guess I could check there before I commit to this. Because she doesn't have anything. I don't think I have anything new to show her. For a journalist, you're kind of dumb. Yeah, I'm gonna go check out the police station just in case. God, why can't I just have like a nice fast... There we go. Okay, I was right. Why can't I just have a fast travel to the location rather than... Gotta go here, then here, then here, then here. March 21st, police station, criminal affairs. Active Gumshoe said they had an investigation briefing. Yeah. Oh, he's back.
Hey, so you came. What are you buying? What are you selling? I've got some rare info, stranger.
Why the blunt greetings?
Because there's nothing to be friendly or happy about.
What do you mean by that?
Well, things look perfect this time around. The evidence and the testimony are airtight.
But we can't just roll over and die. We have to stay positive. The Gumshoes, what do you think about the blue badger back there? So what do you mean the evidence is airtight?
I can't give you all the details, pal, but there's two big pieces.
Two?
And both of them are in this photo.
Okay.
The first is the button that's missing from the victim's chest.
That's a big button. That's the button that you found during your body search from Mr. Guard.
Yep, found it in the folds of the Nickel Samurai special pants.
Okay. Now I'm gonna say this again. Did you see his face? No question mark? Well, anybody can wear a costume. We've done it. We've seen this before. We've seen this twice now. And the second one is...
The knife in his chest, pal. The fingerprints on the knife in his chest, to be exact.
Fingerprints? Whose are they?
You didn't even have to ask, little missy. It's obvious. They're man on guards.
Tomorrow's trial. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. So what about this airtight testimony?
It's that old security lady, Miss Oldbag.
I thought so.
What do you mean you thought so? Did she tell you something, pal?
Well,
I even told her not to open that mouth of hers and blab to anyone.
her blab knob is stuck on 10, and there's no turning it down, trust me.
Yeah, well, Miss Oldbag saw it, pal. She saw Mr. On Guard come out of the victim's room around the estimated time of death.
No way!
There's something interesting about this woman, pal.
What is that?
You don't know? Haven't you heard the gossip about her?
Gossip, huh? Wonder if he knows anything about that article. Didn't he give me this article?
We're pretty interested in this bit of gossip ourselves.
Scandal with Miss Corda, or Mr. Corda, but why?
Well, 2 years ago, a woman... What? They just jump scared me with a... with a suicide picture. A woman committed suicide.
Suicide?
Her name was Celeste Impax. And she was Juan Corda's manager.
The victim's manager.
Well, that's not all, pal. Miss Impax was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. She taught Miss Andrews everything. She knew about the business from square one.
Her mentor? A woman who was both Mr. Corda's manager and Miss Andrews' mentor. Did her suicide have something to do with this case?
You want to know more about her, pal?
I do, actually.
She was the victim's manager, and was also Miss Andrews' mentor. It's been 2 years since her suicide, and now those two are linked again by another death. Or maybe... Wah!
He didn't even get time to react. You heard the beep, he turned his head, and he went down. I'm getting sick of dealing with one foolish idiot after another.
Miss Von Karma.
You can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can you? I don't need a traitor in my midst.
You don't? You don't mean...
I do. Scruffy, you have 30 minutes to get out of here. You are no longer needed. Goodbye. That's...
Oh, wait. Please wait. Sir, if I don't get this month's pay, I'll stop...
Quiet. If it weren't for traitors like you... I would have won. Is that what you want to say? Who? That voice. Edgeworth!
Yeah! It's been a long time, right?
This person, this is Mr. Edgeworth?
What am I going to do with you? Still blammering others with when things go wrong. You haven't changed a bit, Francisca.
Look at that smug angle. You! How dare you show your face to me without a shred of shame upon it? You've soiled the Von Karma name, dragged it through the mud. You even ran away with your tail between your legs like the ill-bred dog you are.
Are you talking about the Von Karma family creed? To be perfect in every way? Then let's hear it, Francisca. How are things going? I heard you're having a rough time maintaining perfection, Miss Court.
You
seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. That's why I came back.
Keep your assumptions to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. I'll never hand it over to you. Never. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I will see you tomorrow in court. It will be a clinical lesson of the meaning of total victory.
Yeah, thank God Edgeworth is back. Still the same wild mare she always was.
Edgeworth. I thought you... Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth had gone and died. Mr. Nick.
Aye.
I never wanted to see you again.
I think that's enough of a warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year.
Are you going to run tomorrow's trial?
You heard it right. The wild mare hasn't given in yet, it seems. So no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance.
Then why are you here?
Your hatred for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided. But I will say one thing. You can't win on your own at the trial tomorrow.
Oh, tag team. What is that supposed to mean?
I have something definitive that you lack. Working together is the definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth. The truth? In order to understand this case, you have to understand a certain truth. Well, if you ever feel the need for my assistance, it is available to you. And I'm not in charge of this case, so I can be a bit more generous with information. So what is going on inside his head? Yeah, I don't know why Wright hates Edgeworth. Probably because he disappeared, I guess. You know, making him think he was dead. A lot of things have happened. However, Manfred von Karma was still my mentor. And a perfect win record is a proof of a von Karma. 1 year ago, you cannot establish guilt in a few cases. Are those losses the reason you suddenly disappeared from the prosecutor's office? Did you leave because you had lost your perfect win record? I think your motivation for prosecution trials was so selfish. Yeah, I don't know. I think the motivation for prosecuting trials was so selfish. It'd have been better for everyone if you never came back from the dead, Edgeworth. What? What's going on? I see. Let me ask you something. Why do you stand in the courtroom? What is your reason? Well, with Franziska, she almost always says, "I will defeat you this time, the instant she sees me." But the courtroom is not a personal battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. I stand in the courtroom to defend my client. To save their lives. To save your client, you say? Those who think only of their own ego-driven goals. Those kind of prosecutors are reprehensible to me. Even if you're a prodigy. Or someone like you, Edgeworth. Looks like there's still a lot you haven't yet to learn. A lot I have yet to learn, me. Well, that's enough for now. The time you will see is coming too soon enough. What is happening? What do you think about Francie? We're looking into leads. But we can only look into a few key players with our limited resources. There's no reason for us to waste our energy investigating this person. Why don't you just tell it to me straight and say I don't have any info? While I was abroad, these deplorable types of actors became popular, I take it. Well, refreshing like a spring breeze is his motto. Refreshing? What is so refreshing about a spring breeze? Sounds like the pollen is not treating him well this year. There's an interesting rumor about this man. And the one about Miss Andrews getting close to him. That's pretty common tabloid fare, isn't it? I don't take things as face value when there's more to be found. Adrian Andrews. She holds a large secret within herself. Secret? You can't help but feel that this whole case revolves around her. Oh, just like the last case, how it revolved around one woman. What about Old Bag? You remember her. No. I guess he erased her from memory. What about Gumshoes? What do you think about Gumshoes? Got no leads on Gumshoes? What about Powers? Got nothing on Powers? Alright, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? I have no interest in talking about useless evidence. Put a little more thought into what to show me, Phoenix Wright. Well, stuck up as ever. What do you think about this? You got nothing? What about this? Got nothing? What do you think about this? Got nothing? What do you think about this? Got nothing? What do you think about this? What do you think about this? Alright, I guess he's got nothing for me. Okay, well, we got our person. So we can go back to what's-her-face. Back to Adrian Andrews. It's a shame we had to leave Edgeworth, but at least he's back. Now all we're missing is Larry. Larry! Oh! She disappeared. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel on guard's room.
Looks like Miss Andrews isn't here.
That's not good. I still have a few questions I want to ask her.
She has that psyche lock on her heart, right?
Well, we don't have much of a choice. I guess we'll have to come back later. Did she leave anything? What's in these bags? Something sus. No, there doesn't seem to be anything here. Is she in the bear room? She is not in the bear room. Well, Lotta, you're standing here. Where'd she go? Powers, where'd she go? She's gone missing. She's gone rogue. She's running. Wonder if Old Bag will react if I show her Edgeworth. Howdy, Old Bag. I've got you, an Edgeworth. I don't have anything to say to delinquents like you. I don't have anything to say to delinquents like you. Did I show Lotta the dead lady? Is that something I did? Yeah, no, don't do nothing. Okay, well now we got a rogue Zero Suit Samus. Nothing of sus here. I guess we leave. I don't have anything to show this guy. What do you think about this? This woman is another key to solving this case. You really think so? She was Adrian Andrews' mentor a long time ago, but she was suddenly called away by a different show and became Juan Corrida's manager. And then a few months later, Celeste Impacts died. But her death was ruled a suicide, right? Yeah. But there is still one riddle we've yet to solve. A riddle? Her suicide note. It said, "Riddle me this, Batman." And that was it. It went missing. No one could find it. Suicide note that just vanished, huh? Miss Impact's death was most certainly a suicide of that there is no mistake. However, we cannot find her suicide note. That's when the police began to suspect that someone had hidden it. Police, or the suicide note? How do you know how Miss Impacts had even written such a note? There's no solid evidence, however. We did find traces of ink on her right index finger, which makes the likelihood of a suicide note very high. And who would hide such a thing? The police think it was Mr. Juan Corrida himself. The victim? Oh, look, now we get to see the picture. What do you mean? She's not committing suicide, she's just floating. He was the one who found her body, which makes him the only person who had a chance to hide her suicide note. Mr. Corrida hid his own manager's suicide note, but why? As long as her note is missing, any speculation beyond this is meaningless. For now, I think you should look this over. This is the suicide report, part 1 anyway. Part 1. Deceased, Celeste Impacts, found by Juan Corrida. Was her suicide note hidden? Question mark. I want you to look it over. Goes to look it over. Nothing. I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. Worst of all are the reports that have multiple parts, like that one. That has 2. 2 parts. What you just handed me is the first part of the report. Here's the second part. Second part of the report is about an attempted suicide. The attempter's name is Adrian Andrews.
Miss Andrews, what did she do?
She tried to kill herself. She doesn't even seem like the kind of person to try and kill herself, though. You think she's a strong career woman? That's just what she wants you to think. Adrian Andrews, she has a certain secret she's always trying to hide.
A secret?
Her dependent nature, that's what she's really like on the inside. If Andrew's dependent, like about the exact opposite of what that woman is. What's this about Miss Andrews having a dependent nature? Adrian Andrews' attempt at suicide was a few days after the death of Celeste Impacts. And why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? Because she had apparently lost her will to live. Lost her will? But why would she? Her pillar of strength, her mentor, Celeste Impax. Impax was gone forever, that's why.
Why would that... Is that why they call following someone to the grave?
After her attempted suicide, Adrian Andrews started attending counseling sessions. She's someone who needs a person in whom she can trust absolutely. And once she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep near them. Without such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live.
And that's the nature of her dependency on others.
Celeste Impact suddenly committed suicide. The world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian Andrews herself.
And that means her super confident attitude.
It's all a facade. She's only copying her mentor's behavior to hold herself together.
How terrible. Attempted suicide note added to the court record. Tempter, Adrian Andrews, reasons shock from Celeste Impact's suicide. Okay, so we should have everything. That should be everything to get us through her thing. So now we just have to find her. Aha! March 21st, Gatewater Hotel on guard's room. Oh, Miss Andrews is here. But it looks like she's talking with someone. That's Franziska von Karma. Quick, hide! Miss von Karma, what are you doing here? Oh, well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so you've got some nerve following me around. Following you? That's you, Miss von Karma. You're the one doing the following. Pearls. You're always following after that Mr. Detective with the little beard. Me? Following that after Scruffy? Don't make me laugh. Let me show you something interesting, little girl. She's got a tracker.
Beep, 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 beep.
What's that? An electromagnetic receiver. I planted a tracking device on that detective. And with this, I know that fool's every move. That noise we heard was this receiver. I feel really sorry for poor Detective Gumshoes now. Now then, let's stop wasting time. Adrian Andrews. Hey, yes? Think hard about what we just discussed, understood? Alright. What were these two talking about? Miss Andrews, she seems a little dazed, doesn't she? Wait, no, we don't need Miss Von Karma here. We need her out of here. We can't have her listen to this.
Show me them locks.
I probably should have said it. To keep my health. But I'm confident I got this. I was Von Corda murdered. If you ask me, I think yada yada. We already been through this. I present an article of you being sus with the victim. Didn't you get close to Mr. Corda for this person's sake?
Take that!
Celeste Impact's your mentor. Oh, wait. There's still 4 logs. How do you know about Celeste? Miss Impact, she committed suicide, didn't she? It looks like no one knows why. Right before her death, she was Juan Corda's manager. So I believe you got close to Mr. Corda so you could find out more about her suicide. You have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckraker for a putrid third-rate tabloid. Miss Andrews, there was no mystery surrounding her death, none. It would be pointless for me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Not really true. Was there really no mystery at all? I don't believe you. I don't believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved.
Take that!
Miss Impact's suicide note was never found, was it? Looks like the police were under the suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like maybe the person who discovered her body, Mr. Corda. Is it the one? And Miss Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing. This is why you became intimate with Mr. Corda. I've sat by quietly and listened to your insulting ramblings long enough. It's true that Celeste was my mentor, however, allow me to say this again. It's hard, or it had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know that her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. That's the impression you like to give, however. I don't think that's who you really are. What? I have evidence that says otherwise. This proves that Celeste Impacts was someone very special to you.
Take that!
Miss Andrews, you nearly went through it. You went through with it too, didn't you? Went through what? Ending your life. Miss Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself.
Yes, I've been very independent ever since I can remember.
However, that is all just a lie, a facade. You've always searched out people on whom you can depend on. You were dependent on Miss Impacts, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had.
Stop. When Celeste passed away so suddenly like that, I died a death of my own, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note.
You must have heard about the police report. The one that said the police suspected Mr. Corda of hiding Miss Impacts' note. You heard about it. Thought to recover it from him by getting close, am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes.
What do you mean?
What topic did we start this conversation on again?
It was why was the victim killed?
Exactly. Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you have become the one with a reason to want Mr. Corda dead.
Me?
Miss Impacts was everything to you. And then she died. And you would do anything to find out why she killed herself. Even commit murder.
Murder?
Oh, thank you. Free lock. Thank God. I was gonna say, I don't think I have anything else. Yeah, we did it! Easy locks, am I right?
It's true, I am a woman who can only live in insecurity. I am physically small and I don't really have a lot of self-confidence. I've pushed against all that, though I've tried to live strongly. I never wanted anyone to find out the truth. Miss Andrews.
They're doing the same pose.
This is one thing. It's the one thing I wanted to take with me to the grave. It was my secret, mine and mine alone.
I'm sorry.
You probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you?
Please, Miss Andrews, all I want to know is the truth.
After Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note. And that someone was Juan Corda. Celeste, without her, I became scared. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me.
So you got close to Mr. Corda to recover her suicide note, correct?
Looks like that tabloid reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it?
Well, like they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. No, what they say is where there's smoke, there's firecrackers. With an S, I guess. Firecrackers.
And if they purposely add fuel to the fire, they keep the celebrity world burning. But as for the suicide note, didn't and wouldn't kill anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me, that all. Well, that's enough for you now. Or enough for now. I still have work to do, so...
I understand.
I have one small favor to ask you. My attempted suicide, I'd like for you to keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, if people found out about my weakness, I would sooner choose to die than live.
Right, I understand. We'll keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, I guess she's an overthinking type. She probably never says anything without carefully thinking it through first.
Thank you for your discretion.
Isn't Miss Von Karma here?
Mr. Nick, can I ask you something?
What is it?
Miss Andrews has been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back.
It's her fidget toy. That card, yeah, I guess she has. Miss Andrews, what is that card you're holding?
This? I don't quite know. It just suddenly appeared in my handbag.
The shell.
What is it? It looks like a seashell.
That's what it looks like, doesn't it? I honestly don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from.
Not remembering something clearly sounds like it would be a rare occurrence.
Well, I must be off. I leave Mr. Ungard in your capable hands.
Wait, can I have the card? And then we just follow her out. March 21st, Gatewater Hotel hallway. I think we've gathered about all we can.
What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright?
Pearls, she looks so worn out by all this. Well, she also didn't sleep. She hasn't slept at all, and has been walking all over the place with me today.
What's wrong, Mr. Nick?
Let's go back to the office for a little while. You're really tired, right?
Oh, no. I'm okay, really. I'm fine. I'm really fine.
It doesn't look fine to me. Why don't we give her a piggyback ride? At least keep her from walking, I guess. We can degenerate. No, not there. I want the Viola Hall. Just make my way around. March 21st, Police Station Criminal Affairs.
There's no one here. Everyone's gone. I wonder if the three of them went to eat together.
I don't think they'd ever do that. They're probably in another meeting. Alright, buddy, I'm out of here. Back to the Wright & Co. Wow, Pearls, you look tired.
Mr. Wright, why do we keep going back and forth?
What are you talking about?
We've been in this room 6 times.
March 21st, Wright & Co. law offices.
So what now?
Well, we did find one thing out for sure. Miss Andrews has a motive.
You mean Miss Impact's a suicide note?
That's right. She was also the one who discovered the victim's body. Clever. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep.
Mr. Nick, the transceiver.
Beep. Hello, Wright & Co. law offices.
Mr. Attorney, you're not answering a phone.
Maya, where's Maya?
As I promised, I have not gone within a few feet of her this whole time.
You.
Which is why I suppose she's absolutely famished.
What?
I suggest you win a quick acquittal, my friend. In any case, wouldn't you agree?
Alright, Maya, let me hear.
Very well.
Ask my...
Maya, is that you?
Sis? Ask my sis.
Beep. Maya, you cut me off. God,
This woman won't quit screaming about burgers, for God's sake. I keep trying to offer her one, but she says she doesn't want it. She says she wants the one from Burger King, and I'm like, who eats at Burger King? She just doesn't understand class, I tell you.
Mystic Maya said ask my sis, didn't she?
Sis. Wait. Yeah, we have a literal cheat code to this. We have 2 people who can talk to the dead. So all we need is Pearls to talk to Mia, and Mia could... Sis, what does she mean by that? Come on, Phoenix. You're a hopeless one. Sorry. What? Ah, Mia.
I have a message from Maya. So come, ask me anything if you want about it.
How's Maya?
She's safe, for now. That kidnapper's one to keep his word, it seems.
I'm glad to hear she's safe, but Mia, how do you know?
As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. Then I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could.
I didn't know you could use spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her. Dude, it's literally a cheat code. The kidnapper, what's he like?
I don't know. Apparently, Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there.
And?
She didn't see the face of her attacker.
You're telling me she couldn't see the dark, creepy old guy?
Nah. Maya's locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her.
When you were with her? Date, unknown. Time, unknown. Location, unknown.
I'm starving. I could really go for some apple pie.
Not a burger?
I mean, a time like this, sweets are the only way to go. I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't going to kill me. I'm not going to die. Sis, I wonder if you're with Nick right now.
Oh, I'm Maya. My God.
If I don't do something at the door first, I don't think I'll be moving anywhere.
Oh, imagine if they gave me an escape game. Wait, why do I have all the evidence? Maya doesn't have this. Let's get drunk.
What's this? It feels like there are a lot of glass bottles here. And these, they feel like barrels. I'll pass. Too bad. I'm really hungry and not really thirsty.
That's... Someone drugged my McBurger.
There's all sorts of things piled up here, but it's too dark to see.
Wait, what do you mean it's too dark to see? There's a light. What the heck are you talking about?
Drat, it's locked. Maybe this door's locked seems easy enough to open. On TV, the hero always uses a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. Then click, they magically open the door. I wonder if there's a card like that around here I could use. Someone dropped a card here. It kind of looks like a business card, but there's no name on it.
It's too dark, but yet you can tell what the card is.
It's a picture of a seashell, I think. What a strange card. Ah, that's it. This shell card. If I use this, maybe I can get the door open. This might be my key to get out of here. I had a feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius. Alright, now if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper.
Click.
I did it. Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here. I shouldn't keep Nick waiting, or worried.
To be continued. Man, two or three to be continues, and we're still not even at, oh, never mind, we're at the trial. March 22nd, 9:47 a.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 3. Adrian did it. That's what it looks like. No way. That woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there's someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. I'm gonna assume this is Edgeworth. Well, it's almost time. No, it's Mia. Mia. I must get a complete acquittal today. Dude, the whole gang is here. It's like Smash Ultimate, everyone's here. I know. And I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day.
Indeed, well, let's get going.
Beep, beep, beep. It's him. Beep. This is Wright.
Good morning. This is it. Mr. Attorney, the day of the trial.
Maya, she's unharmed, right?
Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning.
Present? What in the world would you want to give to me?
You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please.
Right. Beep. The kidnapper sent me a present. Mr. Lawyer dude, who was that? No, it has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? March 22nd, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 3. What? Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard. Are the prosecution and the defense ready? The defense is ready, Your Honor. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. I ain't getting mad at me. Your Honor. Please be quiet, bailiff. You're not allowed to talk in this space. Court is now in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has. This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. Are you kidding me? What? Shot? Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about. His present? Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. She's alive and in stable condition. That's good. Ooh. You're... My God. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Francisca Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. Yeah! The prosecution is ready, naturally.
Wait, you're standing in the wrong spot. There you go.
Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery.
Wow, what a coincidence. She was shot in her right shoulder and chose to get surgery.
Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt on guard.
But the court acknowledges the prosecution.
Right? I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year.
Yeah, Von Karma was also shot in his right shoulder.
By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoes to the witness stand.
Yeah, we got the 4 boys.
Witness your name and occupation. My name is Dick Gumshoes, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct for now.
For now.
After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir.
Detective Gumshoe?
The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward with a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoes. Yes, sir. Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that.
Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth.
Brother, this guy stinks.
Bare facts of the case.
This murder happened after the Hero of the Heroes Award ceremony. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder.
After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room.
Yes, sir. But the victim and the defendant went alone to their rooms.
I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Bare facts
Of the case.
Well, if I have to do this in one run, something tells me I'm going to be here for a bit. Alright, let's just comb through the details. Can you please give us the brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony?
Okay, pal, the ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended around 8 p.m., and then there was a short break. Special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later.
That's when the victim's body was found, correct?
Which is to say the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period.
Please continue with your testimony, detective.
The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct?
Yeah,
Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about?
she's the detective Matt on guard's manager. She's a really pretty lady, sir.
Ah, so she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she will grace us with her presence.
When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to the Mr. on guard. After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir.
I see. That's when she found the body. Or found the victim's body.
After looking into the cause of death,
The cause of death wasn't that because Mr. Corrida was stabbed in the chest?
only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a look. Hard look at the crime photo. Now, real pro's attention would be drawn here, to this bandana.
Bandana. Or banana.
His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir.
Ah, yes. Yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana.
And what about the knife?
It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death.
So he was hung first.
We have a crafty murder on our hands here.
Time of death, 8:15 p.m. Cause, strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. Hold it! And why did you think that?
Because it wasn't empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. And we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime.
Oh, then how about this theory? The fan really wanted a guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? Case solved.
We thought of that too, sir, but
What?
the only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victim's.
Only the victims, huh?
I see. Ah, so much for my theory then. That's why you're not a defendant, or a defense attorney, or prosecutor.
Bears Corda's fingerprints.
Hold it!
What convinced you it had nothing to do with this case?
The guitar wasn't at the Gateway Water Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? Where the guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corda, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar.
So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel.
Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with that case after all.
I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt on guard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him? Here it comes. Looks like Edwards is back in full swing.
Well, very well. Detective Gumshoes, please testify about this matter. Yes, sir.
Why arrest on guard? Oh wait, well, let me get his thing done first.
Matt on guard was Juan Corda. And Juan Corda were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off of the ninja costume and was found in the Mr. On Guard's Hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder.
So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing.
It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir.
It was sticky. Bears the victim's blood and On Guard's fingerprints, and the grip Gatewater is engraved.
And there's this button.
That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And is this button also covered in blood?
Yes, and we know that the blood is on it. On it is the victim's blood, sir.
What?
It was ripped from his costume, is covered in the Corda's blood. Found in On Guard's Hakama.
All of this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it?
Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, Wright? I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you'd like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions.
Ew. They're not that pointless, are they?
Bing, bing, bing. Alright, Gumshoes, if that's even your real name.
Hold it!
And in terms of popularity, Mr. On Guard won, did he not?
Yeah, but you know what's ironic, pal? Juan Corda was always one step behind Mr. On Guard and everything. This year it seemed like he'd finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown.
Mr. Corda lost the Grand Prix in the end.
That's too bad. He must have been pretty downhearted after losing.
Why'd they cut to Edwards like that? Alright, just a second here. Mr. On Guard was beating Mr. Corda in the popularity polls.
Well, yeah, I guess, but...
Which means that in the defendant's eyes, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means he had no motive to kill at all.
Yes, I quite agree. Well, detective? It's not, well... I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant would have had no motive.
Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired.
Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. That's...
I look forward to your pension negotiations.
No! Now, detective, let's continue with the testimony. No, not my poor pension, too.
Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed.
Yes, sir. We can talk about my pension later, sir.
What the hell what I was saying? Hello, anyone? You have any proof that the button belonged to the victim?
Huh? What do you mean, pal?
Let me put it this way. I'm asking if you have any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
Huh? Well, can't you tell just by looking at it? And the victim's blood is on it.
Anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterwards.
Mr. Edgeworth, help me, sir.
Alright, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. Now to reel this one in. Thread. Huh? The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously, and that thread was snapped when the button was torn off. If you match up the ends of the threads of the costume with the thread of the button, it's a perfect match. Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, pal.
And Edward for you never misses a beat. Hold it! How was this button found?
Pretty soon after the body was found, we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Corda. And then we did a search on them all. That's when we found the button.
So it was almost immediately after the murder.
The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks, unlike some people.
Hey, what's he trying to say about me here? Hold it! How are the fingerprints arranged on the knife?
Huh? What do you mean, pal?
By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand?
Oh, is that what you meant? Well, he didn't actually think of that. Or we didn't actually think of that.
I can't believe the bumbling of this department.
Hopeless? Were you paying attention to the testimony, right? The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There's no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder.
So is the defendant the owner of this knife, then?
There's no way this was a premeditated murder even if he bought the knife.
Sorry, pal. This isn't some pocket knife. It doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either.
Well, it's not good. If the prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder, we're done for. Phoenix? Yes? There's something very interesting about what the detective said just now. Think carefully before it's too late. Uncovered in the victim's blood and a knife within God's fingerprints. Be grateful if the judge were more rash. He would have already pounded his gavel in closing. We're still in the world of trouble. Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in this testimony, no matter how small it may be, okay, Phoenix?
Okay, so the button and the knife is what we're looking at here. Was ripped from his costume, is covered in Corda's blood, found in guard's hakama. Bears the victims of the blood and guards in the grip, water is engraved. Cause of death was the... Ow. The cause of death was the autopsy. Well, not the autopsy. It was strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. So, for evidence, there's the Jam and Ninja's button. It was ripped off the costume and was found in Mr. Ungar's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this premeditated murder. But yeah, so when he died, for the autopsy report, he was hung, so that wouldn't have made it a premeditated murder. Strangled with a scarf, then stabbed. This evidence clearly reveals a contradiction. How exactly are the evidence? Okay, that wasn't right. How was that not right? So read the description of the knife. Bears the victim's blood and guards fingerprints in the grip. Gatewater is engraved. Well, I guess that means it wasn't bought then. Wait a second.
What?
The basis of the argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand.
That's right, pal. The defendant
Did not buy this knife.
Uh-huh.
Take a good look at the handle of this knife and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Uh-huh.
It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle.
Gatewater. I think I've heard that name somewhere before.
That's the name of the hotel, the Gatewater Hotel.
Uh-oh.
The murdered knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated.
Yes, it is very true. This is a very big... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless.
What?
I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined.
How so?
I admit this knife is a hotel property. There's no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough to not realize this. But I didn't know. The question is, where did this knife come from?
Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Corrida's room.
Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table.
It's a cheese knife. There's a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from?
If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt on guard. Especially what was on top of his table. There's something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife.
Or maybe they only had one knife and they had to share.
We investigated the leftover dishes from fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt on guard's knife was missing. Mr. on guard had gone to the victim's room with a knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder.
Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction.
Seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it.
A murder weapon with a fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There's quite a sizable amount of evidence here.
I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of Your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court.
Evidence not yet shown? He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence.
What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright?
Well, Phoenix, the judge isn't favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, the gavel will be the ringing out of the sound of our defeat.
Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court?
Evidence that we have yet seen.
Yeah, I got evidence. I do.
There's one. One piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something this court has yet to see.
Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue it at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only one.
What's the judge is saying, right? Don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here.
If I mess this up, it's curtains for us all.
You may now present one and only one piece of evidence. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show? This. I want to show you this. This is a wine glass, is it not?
Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The face was broken, his makeup all over the floor. These were all things that were at the point. These were all the things that were at the point. Or at one point sitting on top of the dresser.
Well, yes, I see your point.
However, this glass and it's sitting on top of my dresser is not my dresser. The dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen all over along with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do y'all have to say?
Well, yes. It is a little peculiar.
Yes, isn't it? I thought it was.
You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it, Your Honor?
Your opinion.
You don't need my opinion. Because there's no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. But the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example, she could have easily been shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. Who carefully sets a glass down in shock?
That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright.
Could Miss Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? There's no way. I appear weak here. The trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. They just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table.
You've turned your situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim?
There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. And like Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, Wright? Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then... Of course it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass.
Only one? Well, whose were they?
They were not the victims nor the defendants, rather. They were of one Adrian Andrews. What? Wine glass updated. See, where's Emma, or whatever her name was? Bring her back so I can scan for fingerprints and blood. That's why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. And are we done here, Mr. Wright? I can't believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corida. Yeah, it was full of tomato juice. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser.
What you just said makes a lot of sense.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. Now you see, Wright? You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover.
Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict.
Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Is he trying to go for, like, total victory here? Like...
I'm stuck in the fishbowl. Please, somebody take this thing off my head. It's been stuck on me for hours.
Ooh.
Now then, witness, please. State your name and occupation.
Oh, wait. That wasn't the judge. That was Edgeworth. Witness, your name and occupation.
Yeah, gotcha.
I wonder what happened to that calm composure you had earlier.
Oh, Edgy boy, it's been what a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me.
I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet, it was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand.
I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm going to tell you anything and everything. Everything, even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime.
Miss Witness, a terrible crime is all this court needs to know.
Oof.
Hush, I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgy right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps.
Yes, madam.
No, please, by all means, interrupt her, please. Anyways, witness your testimony, please.
It's true what they say. The youth are hot-headed nowadays, not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with?
The witness was on security detail at the hotel the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag?
It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle.
You mean you are a fan of the victim?
Look, everyone is crazy over that on guard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him.
I'd like to point out they're both 21.
I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Corda.
Us two were the same age.
Anyways, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night.
Very well, please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder.
Leave it to me, Edgy Poo.
Blech. Blech.
Anyways, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know? Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out for the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was on guard. Not on guard, he was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
We got some spooky lightning coming up. That's concerning. So Mr. On Guard came out from the victim's room.
See, it has to be him. He's the murderer.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. What you witnessed. I'll save the game. For more than one reason. Call her out. Miss Hallback, what was your post on that night?
The lobby, I was supposed to help set up a stage for that trifling show. But I refused to help. I'll have you know it was for the lead-headed samurai show. Hey, I even took out a few of the nails.
Maybe it's a good thing the show didn't go on.
Besides, that manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little.
And that's when you went to hang around the victim's door. I'm gonna be honest, like right now, I'm like only half paying attention to this. Something you're interested in, just what was that? I'm more focused on the reading. I should actually be paying attention.
It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know? It's top secret between me and Juan. And Edgy Poo, of course.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in? I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor. Gossip? Should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to our testimony later.
Looks like we shouldn't force it right now.
And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the lightning that's rumbling? In the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time? There's something I was interested in finding out. I gotta when I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye. Oh? And would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Corda's room?
I have no idea. I wasn't born so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. That's why ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really am.
Yes, well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report. In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct? That's when someone showed up. It was the man coming out of the poor Juan. Who in the world was it?
I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of the Juan's room, he was...
Yes, he was.
I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud.
Oh, well, I wouldn't give to have Francisca whip right about now.
Well, I guess I can tell you, since he was such a bad boy anyways. It was on guard. Matt on guard.
You saw my client, are you sure about that?
Yes, he.
Really?
Annoying brat! When I say I saw someone, I saw that person.
I get the sense of deja vu. Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. The person's face. Please tell the court about the man's face in more detail.
You don't need me to tell you about his face. That soft, gentle look in his eyes, and his effeminate lips. His right eye covered by his silky hair, his sparkling, shining teeth. His teeth were shining? Well, he's shining all around in this week's pinup poster, dearie.
This week's pinup? I don't care how he looks in this week's issue. You stay with what you saw that night.
What? On guard's face, it's the same no matter what. No matter where it is, you know, you whippersnappers.
Mr. Wright, was his testimony just now important or relevant in any way? It was very important. Of course it was important, Your Honor. Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of the testimony was important. You don't really have to put it that way to get me to say it. Mr. Wright, there's something much more valuable than a person's pride. And that is time. Please don't waste this court's precious time with worthless questionings.
Yes, Your Honor. I think I just wasted a good favor. She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying.
That's bad for us, really bad.
But that's how the human mind is. It also has the tendency to jump off topic. She's strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? That's what makes her a sweet old lady, right?
That's because you're not the one who asked to question her. I guess we'll call her out on the other stuff. I gotta speed this up a little bit. Person's clothes. Just tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail.
What a troublesome man you are, really, as if someone like that matters.
But it does.
No, what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing.
What thing?
That gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket.
Is that a Hakama or whatever it's called? Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center too.
That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men.
Right. So, Mr. Wright, was his testimony just now important or relevant in any way? It was very important. Of course it was important, Your Honor. And perhaps you would like to point out what part of the testimony was important. Don't you see it, Edwards? Your Honor, I request that what the witness said about the jacket be apprehended, or be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright, witness, please.
Ah, well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must.
So what was it stuck in? Didn't it say it was stuck in like the Hakama or something? Yeah, found it on guard's Hakama, but he was wearing the tracksuit.
Hold it!
Are you sure the defendant was wearing a racing jacket?
What do you think? It's not like I've seen him in anything other than that horrible thing. I'm sure he was wearing it.
You're so sure of yourself. It's to the point that self-absorbance. Yeah, get out of here. I hate that it has to repeat. Just let me stick to the thing. Objection! Miss Aldbag?
What? Don't say my name for no reason.
You know what this is?
Ah, it's button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
Oh, no, she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance.
Give it here. Give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with it.
Oh, he really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood.
I want to lick it.
This button was discovered on Mr. on guard's body during a full-body search.
See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt.
I was gonna say fact.
It was that rascal and guard.
It was caught up in the plates of his Nickel Samurai Hakama pants.
See? And on guard is the Nickel Samurai.
Witness? Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination. But just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt on guard, was wearing his usual racing jacket?
I'm sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest dress, but instead I have to put up with this wearing this ridiculous looking outfit at the house with this idiot right, I've got a tape recorder stuck to my chest. It's heavy, so heavy I wish I would have to switch the CDs ages ago. Dream alive and all the kids out there when I worked hard would understand now that I take a look at the mirror. Your clothes are about the most interesting. It's a documentary of curling. You should take a look at the energy poo. Now you don't.
Now hold your tongue still there for a second. So what you saw is, in actuality, was not Mr. On Guard, the man, but Mr. On Guard, the Nickel Samurai.
But when you think about it, they're really one and the same anyway.
Saltbag, this is a very important point we're talking about.
Edgy Boo, please, do you think so too?
Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important, and agree with me for the change.
Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify.
It's alright, if you insist.
I should be the one sighing, not you. Who I saw?
Bill Nye, the science guy.
On guard, yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai, that's right, it was the Nickel Samurai I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to the post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that Nickled Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan.
But if he was wearing the costume, you couldn't have seen his face.
I knew it.
I knew you'd say he was inside that costume.
What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy, thinking such rude things.
But the possibility does exist.
Ah, youngins today, I told you, there's no way it was anyone else.
How do you know that?
Because I said so. And what I say is the truth.
She's just as delightful of a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. How many times we gotta teach you this lesson, old lady? Well, I mean, I'm sure I'm gonna have to present this and be like, how could you see his face? If he was hidden. On guard, yes, now I remember. We'll just comb through everything, play it safe. Would you please get on with your testimony?
Watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that to take with an elder? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so be sure to forgive me for everything. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs. What? A shrinking figure by the sea, standing all alone as he's the Nickled Samurai.
He's actually singing. Someone held my poor ears. Mr. Edgeworth, can you please do something about this racket? Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later if you'll be a good and stick to just the facts.
Okay. You promise, right?
Right. I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date. I need to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth, old chum. Nickled Samurai, that's right, it was the Nickled Samurai I saw. When they say Nickled Samurai, I think of the coin. Get a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not.
Not too long ago? Then let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream? Huh? What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper?
My dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be a judge. I wanted to be Judge Wagner, here of the public court. So what?
See? And look at where you are now. You're not a Judge Wagner, are you?
Well,
what I said earlier. Who puts any weight into things like that? The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past.
Since when did the court become theatrics over testimonies?
All that matters is that the man was inside that costume. Isn't that enough?
Got an achievement. It was the Nickled Samurai I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. But she's saying she saw the Nickled Samurai. She has no confirmation it was the guy. Now, why would that be?
That way, no one else could see his face, of course.
I don't know if the mic picked that up. But there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more.
You are such an annoying child, you know that? You disagree with everything I say.
Isn't that what you're always doing to me?
I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume.
It'd be a shame if things had to come to an abrupt end. Over this storm. Hold it! Is there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show?
Well, the contestants were supposed to be on stage in a friendly gesture thing.
That included the Jammin' Ninja.
Of course it included him. And that's why, when Engard came out of the dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought.
I see. You must have worn the Nickled Samurai costume when you were stabbing poor Juan. So it has to be this. Like, there has to be something we have to call out with the costume. And how there's no confirmation it could have been him. Let me just call out the last thing, I guess. Let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai.
As showy as ever. Haven't I ever been saying that from the very beginning?
Throw in the towel yet?
You don't need to think too hard on this one. It's a contradiction in a testimony, and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is what the contradiction means to us.
Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. Yeah, it's literally, I just have to be like, oh yeah, the costume was like, you know. That wasn't it. It was the Nickel Samurai. How do I prove that they couldn't see?
How can I prove that they can't see the guy? How do I prove that thing? That one simple thing. How does one do it?
Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to the post-ceremony stage show right after the crime. Seems like the Nickel Samurai is to confess something after the post-ceremony stage show. The killer. An article from the tabloid. A map. Surely I wouldn't have to put one of these, right?
So, yeah, I don't have the momentum I had last time. But we can figure this out. On guard, yes, now I remember, the Nickel Samurai, that's right, it was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it could have been convenient for him to wear the costume during the murder. He had to change to that ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. You don't seem to think too hard on this one, eh? There's a contradiction in their testimony and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is that contradiction means for us. Well, they have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. So if I recall correctly, we're trying to prove that the costume doesn't necessarily prove... Yeah, and Mia's here. So we're trying to prove that the costume doesn't necessarily mean it's Buddy. Yeah, so everyone say hi to Mia. And then tell her to leave, because I don't want her here. So how do I prove you were the killer, not my friend? Well, friend's a little bold. The Nickel Samurai. What do we got evidence-wise? She's talking about the murder. No, that's not what I wanted. Get out of here, Mia. Mr. Worldwide, his name's Matt on Guard. I know his name. So he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Well, if he was stabbing Juan, he was using the knife, obviously. Yeah, you're right, it's not as funny. Bears the victim's blood and on guard's fingerprints. So if he was wearing the costume, he wouldn't have fingerprints. Right? I don't want to be that guy, but a mechanical hand means no fingerprints. Hey, old bag. Catch this. Alright, here we go. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. I've been stabbed many a times. No, that's not my intention at all.
That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct?
Anna, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case?
You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it.
Is that what you're driving at? That is exactly what I'm driving at. 60 miles per hour.
What are we driving at? And whose car are we driving? Edgeworth, did you ever get your car out of the police station?
If Mr. Edgeworth was really
Professor Encard was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder. Then it's impossible for the fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off.
Rubble, rubble, rubble.
Yeah, did you get Bruce Goodman out of your trunk?
Oh, that's right, the Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he?
And a mechanical arm. He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing.
And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon. Yeah, that would be kind of dumb. Why is my thing being weird? Stop being weird, thing. There's no way he would do something like that.
However, there is one possibility.
Let's hear your possibility.
It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room all in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At the time, the defendant held no intent for murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off.
But the murder still did take place.
It's well known that there was a bad blood between the defendant and the victim.
Yes, I've heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory?
I think it's a load of baloney. So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with his theory? He had no intentions of killing him. Let's think about that one more time. I think I need a little more time on this one. So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like, when the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intentions of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with the theory?
There are no problems.
I can't see any real problems with his theory. But if you let Edgeworth's theory stand, then we're one large step closer to a guilty verdict. Look at the court record again and take another shot at it. I just have to think about it one more time.
Mr. Wright, please make your decision soon.
Let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like... Okay, well then there is a problem with this.
There is a contradiction.
This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony.
What are you babbling about?
Now, for an argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Engard was the killer in this case. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Is it because he got hung? God, I'm not ready for this yet. Stupid power outage. I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Oh, this could be anything. Kind of want to say it's the picture. Because the murderer went in there to hang him, not stab him. Edgeworth, don't look at me like that.
Naturally, you point to the one piece with the least value, but with such vigor. Enjoy your youth while you can. Humans don't live forever, neither do lawyers.
You sure like to think you can bluff your way out of things, don't you?
Phoenix, pay attention. Let's pretend for a second that Mr. Engard is the murderer. Now, from that angle, if he didn't have a murderous intent from the very beginning, then that means there is a certain object that shouldn't be at the crime scene, right? And that means there's an object that shouldn't be at the crime scene. Not you.
Be gone! Not you! Be gone!
Should... the glass? That means there's a certain object that shouldn't be at the scene of the crime. Probably the glass, right? So I think that makes sense to me. But they were saying, I think, that the lady brought it in. Zero Suit Samus. Certain thing. What certain thing?
How you doing over there? Busy collecting your thoughts?
Alright, let's give this one more try, and with even more spirit this time. For argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. On Guard was the killer. If that's the case...
I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone... Oh wait, that's 50.
I think it's impossible without intent. Maybe the press conference ticket? Maybe the gossip? No. Oh, my brain's not awake for this. Bing, bing, bing. And then it's like, oh, maybe it's a person. I don't think it's a person. Let's try this.
God, are you dumb or what? You sure don't know how to figure out what evidence goes to what, moron. Didn't you take attorney class?
I think it's impossible with a... Alright, well, I was just kind of grasping, I'm gonna be honest. That's enough. This court finds the defendant sus. Alright. So, I think it's possible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Or with intent. Or without. You think it's the knife again? Certainly they wouldn't have me present the knife again, right? I mean, I presented everything else that makes sense. Let's try the knife. This knife. This was used by Mr. Mr. On Guard at dinner.
Yes, we did establish that.
Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought his knife, or brought this knife with him when he went to visit Miss Corda. Mr. Corda.
I suppose.
However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. They were there to have a steak dinner. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from the supposition. From supposition that what? You're sus! And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. What? Which means the defendant's fingerprint shouldn't be all over it, like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us.
Order! Order, I say! Order in the court! Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing?
To frame Matt On Guard.
It's to frame my client, Mr. On Guard, of course.
To frame? Who would frame such a man? Look at him, he's a coward.
Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one?
We just established that the witness saw the Nickled Samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife.
Witness?
Looks like I've made your life a teeny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy Poo?
Witness, did you or did you not really see the Nickled Samurai?
Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but...
Are you saying you mixed up Mr. On Guard with the Nickled Samurai, his character on TV?
But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I was waiting around for the Nickled Samurai, that's for sure.
I wasn't waiting for the Nickled Samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting around for then?
That's top secret. Anyone outside of security?
I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corda, am I correct, witness?
The way you think, you're a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness.
Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of?
So Oldbag was waiting around, in front of the victim's room. It doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corda. Maybe, Phoenix, maybe the old bag was waiting around for that person. If it's who I think Mia's hinting at, it's certainly possible. It's old bag. You're waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you?
Wouldn't it be Zero Suit Samus? Because didn't they say she went in there? The only two I can think of is her and Lotta. But Lotta never went in. Because why would she go in?
She was waiting for a big scoop.
Who is this person?
This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. On Guard's manager.
But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room?
It seems this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor.
This is... I see.
The judge seems to really be into the article. It can be called such a thing.
And this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's...
Adrian Andrews, without a doubt, the witness thought so as well.
Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then.
Witness, what in the world are you...
Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this, a very bad feeling.
I've got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course.
Can we get her off the stand? She's doing the same crap she did last time. Shoo.
But what for?
Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here?
I really don't want to do this, however. I can't simply let this point slide.
I see. Very well then, witness. Please testify about this secret information.
Get ready. This is going to take the wind out of your youngin' sails.
Or you youngins. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old. Yeah, secret information.
That on guard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this top secret... Oh, and this is top secret, you got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay?
And the whole jury and the judge.
The defendant sent his manager. What a distasteful topic for this court.
What? Nobody's above gossip. And it isn't their saying. They're saying the truth is never pleasant.
Never heard that one before.
Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person?
We've looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip.
But should this be true? Then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will toward the victim.
So this means I have to smash their rumor once and for all.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Be careful, the old bag seems rather excited now.
That's right, and God is nothing but average foul-blooded youth.
Well, as the old saying goes, you've got to burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone.
Isn't that like bad? To burn old bags? Unless they're paper, I guess, but even then it might still be a little rough. Plastic bags I know you shouldn't burn. The secret information.
Tell me the Krabby Patty secret formula.
Okay. That in God is one evil, evil man.
You can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander.
But it's true. That woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Miss AA.
But the name of the magazine this came from is Gossipland.
What? Are you saying that gossip is all a pack of lies? What do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth.
Actually, no, it's the reverse.
Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip.
Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright. But you know it's 2023. That's kind of sad.
Discriminate? When did I do anything like that?
Anyways, On Guard will never get me to say touche. He thought he could ruin poor Juan.
Not one.
Scandal? What do you mean by that?
You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in the middle school these days? No, I wasn't messing with the word scandal means.
Even I know that much.
Well, that On Guard thought he could own a monopoly of popularity. So to do that, he sent his own manager.
You don't have any proof that Mr. On Guard did any such thing.
You must be suffering from shock, the shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right.
You're right, I can't do anything, but boy, do I wish I could do something about you.
Alright then, Sonny, show me what you've got. Can you show me proof that On Guard didn't bear any ill will toward Juan?
Can I? Can I prove that? The fact that they're asking makes me think I can. Was on bad terms with On Guard. No, I don't think I can. Can you prove they didn't have any ill will? No, they kind of hated each other. Alright, we'll come back to this one. I don't have anything to offer.
See? Just as I thought. And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You're just giving me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy.
Hey, my big mouth.
That's the way the cookie crumbles for you, anyways.
I cannot condone such dirty tricks. What do you mean by I took action?
Like I already told you, I was lying in wait, close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was going to capture her and teach her a lesson. Something you youngins need.
You were going to teach her a good lesson.
I was going to make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun.
No, stop! I don't want to revive you. Even though you have the ray gun.
Well, it was too bad that the woman didn't come through the door that night.
So in the top of the secret, you got that nobody else but you and me know. Right.
What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over.
Secret information that no one else knows. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information?
Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even from the drilled hole in my brain, you'll never find it.
How in the world did that old bat get such a secret piece of evidence or information? Let's press further. If you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got the secret information, you won't get to go home today.
Etchy Poo, what are you doing? Help me.
What do I have to do with this?
Just do this for me. You'll get a reward.
I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me much a choice. The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up inside the witness's head.
And he's lecturing me on reckless blabbering.
As long as we don't know where this information came from, it's quite a waste of time to focus on this line of questioning.
Where did old bat get her inside information? There has to be something I can use to figure it out. Sounds like just another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it? Is it a lotta? But you can't just ignore it either. It makes the client look bad either way. Well, I don't think I've really heard anything out of the ordinary just now. There has to be something we can catch her on. And when I find it, I'm gonna press the heck out of it.
Surely she got her information from Lotta, right? Present to the evidence.
So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag? Is it the camera? Did she steal the camera?
Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that.
Witness? I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret information, isn't it? So it's either Lotta's camera or it's Lotta herself. Gamble Lotta first. You call that proof? It looks more like proof of spite towards the witness. If you have nothing to back up your claims, then you are no more valid than gossip.
Objection sustained. Witness, please feel free to ignore the defense's gesture of ill will and continue.
Okie dokie, see, nothing can get me down.
Great. That did nothing more than set me back a few minutes of my life. Okay, so maybe it's the camera. Maybe she took the camera. Tell me, Miss Oldbag, do you happen to have a camera on you? Aha! The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart.
Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl.
She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself.
She reported such a thing?
On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her outrage impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews.
What? Outrageous ideas, you say?
No, I said impressions.
Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless.
Ah, that's it. That's the note.
No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy.
Then you are the one who took Miss Hart's note.
I'm a huge fan of Juan's, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with the evil on guard. She said so herself. On guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Edgy Pooh, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before.
You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine.
Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just this once.
Looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her?
Pile on more pressure. No forgiveness.
If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find out ways to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. If this is correct, or is this correct?
She stole. Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible lonely trash can, that's all.
You're lying, and I can prove it.
Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again?
Miss Oldbag, I don't believe that note is the only thing you stole that night. You stole the camera. Miss Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it?
The camera?
Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, "My sweetie, a $1,600 camera disappeared on me."
Why, witness?
What is it, Gramps?
If you have the note, then it is only logical that you have the camera, too.
Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this camera you're looking for? That's... What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. I still eat meals like you. I fall in love and borrow things from people.
I think your definition of borrow is a little off.
I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of picture she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things.
Bailiff, check this camera's photos, hurry. We must examine them at once.
Dun, 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 dun.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have?
There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case.
Please present it to the court.
Ah, how the times return. I've seen this one before.
Then this is the Nickel Samurai.
He's got some square legs.
See, I told you, that's the guy I saw.
This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter.
Picture taken in the hallway.
What does all this mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This photo by itself does not prove that the person In it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. On Guard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume.
If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is
an imposter. He's sus. The defendant.
How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We've examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright. The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client?
If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then that would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took, theirs. There's something strange with it. It's a little suspect. There's something strange with this photo.
I knew this was coming, Wright.
Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think we can all agree there's nothing strange with this photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo even with a bunker buster.
Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright?
Anyways, please look at the photo one more time.
If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct?
Well, I had to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts?
Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? Yes, Your Honor. Wait, no. You mean the Nickel Samurai, and that's what's wrong with it?
At the time of the murder, Mr. Guard was on his own room, which means this Nickel Samurai is a...
I didn't mean to... I thought it... I think I screwed up.
If you think that's all it takes, you should reconsider your choice of occupation. I think it's about time you retired.
It looks like there is no problems with this photo after all.
The problem was with your brain of that lawyer, Your Honor.
Wait.
You are the one who let your chance... No! They beat me to it. I was trying to look at my evidence, and I hit the wrong button. Hey, look, guys, the main menu.
Bam, bam, bam.
Okay, so we need to find what's wrong with this picture. Well, hold on. First, I need music. No! You agree this photo, but if I raise an objection here, then I blow my... So what is sus? Sus indeed about the picture. He talks about the angle it was taken from? Dude, it must be awful to have to, like, walk in this outfit. Or, like, these, like, samurai outfits. Because, like, the pant legs go so long. I feel like I'd be tripping over myself. If I raise an objection here and blow it, I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road to take out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took, there's something strange. There's something strange with this photo.
You're an idiot, right?
Yeah, I think you're an idiot too.
I think we'd all agree there's nothing wrong with this photo, so what's wrong with your brain?
Anyways, please look at the photo one more time. If you're... well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot? Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? Well,
Well, nothing highlights, so that means I do gotta find it. What is strange about the picture? Also, I guess we're still in the era of black and white, because this picture's in black and white. Or every picture is always in black and white. What is strange. Is it this bear in the corner? It's... The bear looks a little sus. The heck is this? I wish I could look at the picture. Well, if this was taken right after the murder, wouldn't he have the button in his thing? I don't see a button. But I feel like if I click on him again, it's gonna be like, wow, you're so dumb. What a big, stupid idiot. It might actually be the button. I mean, to be fair, I did click like over here last time. Maybe if I specifically... What's a Hakama? Is it this rope? Screw it, that's the only thing that's sus to me. And I think I got it. Oh wait, no, they're saying the same thing. Okay, yeah, I got it wrong. No, let me hit the pause button. Let me load. Oh, I thought I loaded. Alright. Let's take a look at it again. What about this is different than the picture? I mean, everything looks about the same. It's got the little leaky cloth. It's got the shoulder bit. It's got a ponytail. I wasn't sure if he had the ponytail. Could it be his feet? I feel like that's a stretch. Because in the picture, because I was talking about how it looked like his feet was like leaking. Oh wait, I can look at both of them. I'm stupid. Yeah. Maybe the pants are a little too long. So they had a shorter person in there. My God. Yeah, we're gambling feet. For the feet, people. Oh, it was the feet. I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. I feel like that's a bit of a stretch. What are you pointing to? His ankles? No, I'm pointing at those grippers. If you could see this person's ankles, that'd be one thing. However, you can't. And what does that mean? The costumed person in this photo cannot have been Mr. On Guard. What in the meaning of this? I wonder if you would care to elaborate. With actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickled Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of his hakama. Okay, so the hakama's the pants. His socks. You can see his socks. Yeah, but you could just kind of throw that up as like, it's the way he's standing. Yeah, exactly. However, in this photo, you don't see those toes. The Nickled Samurai is clearly holding his hakama. Wait, he's holding his hakama? That just looks like he's like gripping his fist. The Nickled Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. I think that's a bit of a stretch, if you ask me.
That's curious.
Huh? What is?
Edgeworth is usually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride.
Along for the ride? What do you mean by that?
I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all.
He doesn't feel under attack, and I haven't damaged his case at all.
Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt on guard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless.
I figured it would come to this. What? Right. I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt on guard. In that case, who is this a photo of?
Well, now we just have to get the heights of everyone who was there who was shorter than Matt.
There's the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume.
Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should focus on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think?
Yeah. Why is he so calm?
Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph?
Well, wouldn't it be Adriana? Or not Adriana, Adrian? Is she shorter? It's not like they give me height. She's the only person who would have access to it.
Adrian Andrews.
If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it's none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short. Well, I couldn't tell you that. She can freely move in and out of Mr. On Guard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. On Guard that night. And don't tell me she drugged him. Don't tell me she drugged him.
And how does this all add up?
It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. On Guard's fingerprints all over it.
The knife that was used as a murder weapon.
Why don't you just say what it is you want, Mr. Wright? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime.
Order, order, order. It looks like this is a trial that hit its most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This court is issuing a subpoena sus for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony.
All right. This is it.
This is kind of bad for us.
Huh? What do you mean?
If Adrian Andrews is summoned to the court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day.
One more day. If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya...
Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow.
What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Objection.
Now then.
Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today.
I can't do that. We cannot hear Miss Andrews.
I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth. Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial.
But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development.
Tisk tisk, unexpected development. I think you underestimate me, Your Honor.
And what do you mean by that?
That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Andrews after all, or is all happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on.
What?
What?
What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She's the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man.
This all has to be scripted. Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over.
Exactly.
Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess.
My God. So I guess they really are gonna try to get this done in one go. Well, no, because there's still a bunch of other stuff we gotta go over. I guess we're just getting a guard's verdict first. But we got who shot who shot Francisca? March 22nd, 2:14 p.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 3. Dude, I can't believe that. Adrian, no way. That cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. Hold on a second. It's a very rounded knife. How'd that kill somebody? Or how'd that go or stab somebody? Well, I guess if you put enough force in it. So after the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a dog the entire time. He was drugged. His meat was drugged. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your Hakama. Yeah, because she was the one that came to wake me up. Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Give me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude?
Phoenix, you think your motives, or her motive is related to the Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right?
Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impacts as her strength and reason to live.
How do you know about this? Did we explain this to her?
But then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. Sounds like she has left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Corrida, the victim in this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida. All to get the suicide note back.
That sounds plausible. Why would he keep it? That's the question.
Maybe he just didn't have the heart to throw it away.
But one thing bothers me.
What?
Who was it that first told us about the relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issue with regards to Miss Impact.
It was Edgeworth.
Looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet.
Edgeworth! March 22nd, 2:25 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Rebel. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed. I gotta look up how to say this word at some point. Subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime, is in Mr. Corrida's room. What is your occupation?
I'm the manager, the defendant in this case, Mr. Matangard.
I see. Now then.
Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request.
Yes, sure. What is it?
I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it is the weekly topic. It was the topic of the certain weekly magazine recently.
No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyways, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim.
Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself.
So it was a fry and bait matter. Or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. Anyone want to go?
But I didn't kill him.
No one is accusing you of that.
I think there's someone who would beg to differ.
I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place.
When I found the body. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock.
That's it? Oh.
What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice.
What?
You poured yourself a glass of juice.
Yes. Sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime, and I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing.
That is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Phoenix, she is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let on your guard, or let up your offense is the instant this trial is over, understand?
Where were you on 9/11?
Alright. Miss Zero Suit Samus, if that's even your real name. And what was Mr. On Guard doing at this time? He was taking a nap. The fact that he would fall asleep with a mechanical arm like that's a little rough. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. So Mr. On Guard did say he was taking a nap. And I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes. Excuse me, what are you...
Right? I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. On Guard's knife from his room?
No.
Subject, verb, object, right? Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue.
Everything's going great so far. We're picking up after my power went out last time. We're doing well so far. After that, I went to Juan's room. And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. The show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Not love and friendship. That's kinda sus. Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon, what are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So, perhaps, you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim. Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind. At that time. I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess.
Can we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room?
And there his dead body. I was flabbergasted. You're in shock. What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person. Despite how close they were, I doubt she had a romantic feelings for Mr. Corda.
It was all business. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that young beauty like her would not be shocked.
Somehow, I don't think a beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not.
I see.
What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as the crime photo. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Wait, why would she pour herself some juice, but don't drink it? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this too. Yes, it was open and empty, of course.
And then what did you do next, witness?
Well, they were saying the guitar case... There's some water, but only on the top of the lid. So, theoretically, you could imply that she spilled the juice out of shock, and then cleaned up the case, but I don't know if that really has anything to do with this just yet. Felt faint, so that... Juice? Yes, and there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. Who just casually drinks tomato juice? But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on the wine glass that suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm this with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corda, you were in great shock. That's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now?
Press further. Never pull out.
Miss Andrews, I'm convinced, and as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is,
what this mistake was. Actually, so would I.
I'm sorry. It's just it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked over the flower vase. Or knocked the flower vase over.
A flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? Wait a minute. This means this mess of glass shards.
It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case.
Oh, and that's why there's water on it. Why did you withhold such important piece of information?
I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess.
It looks like yet another fact has come to light. Please add this and everything else you have revealed to us to your testimony.
I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else.
I was the one who knocked over the flower vase. Push that lie. Push that lie.
What kind of flower vase was it? This was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Juan's pulse. So I said...
Yes, I would like to try and take his pulse, the non-moving body with a scarf tight around his neck and a knife in his chest. Let me check that pulse.
So I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser. That's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase.
That's odd. I thought she was always in total control of herself.
That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality.
Doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now.
I warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep on the offensive and not let up. The only way you're going to catch her is with some very strong, decisive evidence.
I have to find something. I just have to, for Maya's sake. Alright. Done with the evidence?
I mean, yeah, I guess in the end you still should do it, just to confirm they're dead.
But tell me, how do you know how to read a person's pulse?
So we need conclusive evidence. I should probably look what she's saying. I was the one who knocked the flower vase over, where it fell onto the guitar case. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself some juice. Empty. There's some water, but only on the top of the lid. Bears Corda's fingerprint. Well, yeah, if she spilled it on the guitar case, it would have gone more than just the top, right? Because, believe it or not, water spreads. Because there would likely be traces of it on the floor and on the sides of it. But it says only on the top. Felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself some juice. What I saw naturally is the exact same scene in the crime scene. Well, yeah, no, that's a lie, because she just said she knocked over the flower vase. She said she was the one who knocked it over. Nah, that's not how wood works. Believe me, I know. 100%. It's... Wood's not absorbent? Confirmed. 100%. That's not how wood works. But yeah, if she's saying what she saw was exactly what's in the picture, then that's a lie, because the vase. She said she knocked it over. It's either the guitar or the picture that I can think of right now. Tomato. Yeah, also she was like, yeah, I was in such shock. I had to pour me a glass of thing. There was no... So she would have had to go over, walk over, take the thing, then walk over to that dresser, and then set it down. No shot she was an arm's length for both of them. What does the juice say? Found next to the victim. It's filled with tomato juice. Bears Andrew's fingerprints. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to look at the profiles. Hit the wrong button. Oh, wait. I'm sitting here like, who's Andrew? Okay, she's Andrew.
I was like, wait, I thought his name was Juan Corda, not Andrew. Yeah, my guess is either it's the guitar or the picture. So let's press her on the picture. If I get it wrong, so be it. No. God, there's like 3 buttons to this game, but I keep hitting the wrong one. You testify that you knocked the flower vase over, is this correct?
Yes.
And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case?
Is there some problem with what I said?
It's not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testify that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, wait, yeah, there's no glass on the guitar. If that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That too. That's very true. Furthermore, there's one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell over, the glass shard should be inside, not on the outside. Bah! What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? Now, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearings on this case at all. That may be well, but, however, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Make her talk. Make her talk. Make her talk. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece to the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case.
Yes, Your Honor.
The guitar case.
I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose it must have opened the guitar case after I knocked over the vase. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know.
You are sus. Looks like this really wasn't a very important point.
This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now, it's almost comforting.
Anyways, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination.
Using any way to change the topic. Convenient escape for a weak man. That's what a beta would say. It has the alpha I am.
Alright, well, I'm down to 1 health point, so...
Make her talk.
Having a testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see... Are you sure you're the one who opened the guitar case? Does Edgeworth do that thing with his finger? You shake it side to side? You can shake your finger side to side. She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like a dependent side is taking over.
Well, Miss Andrews.
Yes, it was me.
I suppose I must have opened the guitar.
Say, open the guitar case then. Yes, well, maybe.
Why did you open the guitar case?
Huh?
Mr. Corda's dead body was right in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case. As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed.
Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. Why would that be your first priority? Screw the guitar, you can make a new one. I thought maybe the criminal took it.
Why would she care about the bright red guitar?
But getting back on topic,
Maybe because she thought the note could have been in there?
It's not the big deal, though. The case was empty. Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside.
How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half a minute if you would just pay attention.
Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright.
Sorry. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Is that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. Guess I should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix, we can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up. But she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, if we had a weapon with her, or if we had a weapon to hit her with, I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found.
A weapon? The knife.
Was ripped from his costume, is covered in Corrida's blood. Okay. We need evidence. We need evidence. There's some water, but only on the top of the lid. I don't remember it too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked over the vase. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. But the guitar case is wet on the top. But only on the top of the lid. The lid. The lid. The lid. The lid. The lid. If I next to the victim, oh, that doesn't have anything to do with this. Juan Cordo's suicide note. Adrian Andrews. Shock from Celeste impact suicide. After the vase? Oh, that's not what I wanted. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. Well, yeah, because maybe if she thought that the note was in the guitar case, maybe she panicked and she was like, "Oh, maybe the inside got wet," and thus would erase the note. Did I save? Let's give it a go. I was right. There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Oh, I was right for the wrong reason. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victims. Okay, I got it right for the wrong reason.
What is it, Miss Andrews?
You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? But if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time...
Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time?
It was the night of the award ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now that I remember, I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime.
That's sus. You're wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange? But why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time?
Oh.
Yeah, if you give me a photo of your thoughts. Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? Yeah, her fingerprints were on the wine. I have your proof right here, this wine glass. The Wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Ah, even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself the glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you would put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? No, my glasses.
What? Where'd you get those? 7 minutes.
Meh.
Order!
Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. How do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar. The bright red guitar was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar. Wait, that's not right either.
I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case.
Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided...
No, Your Honor, please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I'm sure this guitar case has some relations to the murder.
If you're so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to why the guitar case has anything to do, or anything at all to do with this murder.
Can you do that, Mr. Wright?
Well, let's suppose for a second. The bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case.
The bright red guitar not being the only thing. You don't mean to...
So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty, is that it, Wright?
No, I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove.
Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder?
Yeah. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? Well, my head would be like, yeah, it was the suicide note. But we don't exactly have anything that specifies the suicide note except... I don't know if Lotta's camera would be in the case. Because Old Bag had it. Old Bag had Lotta's camera, which was posted up outside in the hallway. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? It had to be something that she was desperately trying to get her hands on. Which would make me think that she was worried that the suicide note was in there. But again, I don't have anything that specifically says suicide note, except the suicide report. So I'm gonna gamble my luck and I'm gonna say this.
Why would something like that be inside a guitar case, let alone this one?
Why, Mr. Wright, why?
Oh, I thought it might have been possible.
I have a suggestion. Why don't you put that in the void where your brain is supposed to be?
Yes, and never bring it out again.
Okay. It was a bit of a stretch, but I just had to do it. And if I was a foolish fool, get some love.
Do you still think you can prove your theory? Can you prove that the guitar case was not empty at the time of the murder?
I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove.
Deflate that head of yours, I already told you that.
What could have been in the case?
What could have been in the case?
Was it the tomato juice? I never go anywhere without my trusty tomato juice. Yeah, he made a Von Karma. Or he did a Von Karma. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? Alright, well, let's comb through everything. It wouldn't be the Nickel Samurai picture. It wasn't the press conference ticket, because we got that from Powers. I wouldn't think it's the radio transceiver, because the butler, or the bellboy gave it to Powers or whatever. It can't be Lotta's camera, because Lotta's camera was outside and then taken by Old Bag. It could be the magazine clipping, but I don't remember where I got this from. I think I got it from Gumshoes. It's not the map. The guitar case. Well, clearly the guitar case was not in the guitar case. The wine glass. I don't know why you would have a wine glass in a thing. Maybe the button. Maybe he just put the button in there. Because we've yet to use the button for anything, so. Okay, no, well, it was not the button. Just a stretch. Just a stretch. Objection! Okay. Maybe? No, yeah, it might be a bit of a stretch, but maybe it could have been the knife. Maybe she wanted a secret way to transport the knife. By bringing his guitar case to him, you know? So she put the knife in there. Because it says in his suicide, or not the suicide note, the autopsy report, that he was strangled first, and then stabbed. Okay, it was not the knife. I was going a little far on that one. And a foolishly foolish fool, get a fully foolish. Was not the knife. Can confirm. I'm gonna say it was my attorney badge. He had it the whole time. It went missing. It was a short burst of time, but my badge went missing at like 4:45, and I was like, where'd it go? No, it wasn't the badge. Gumshoes was in the case. Hey, pal, what are you doing in here? What are you looking for? Well, it says what was inside this case at the time of the murder. I don't think a person would be inside the case. Although, I guess you could argue Celeste. Because then they could maybe string it to the suicide note. Give it a go. Okay, it wasn't that. A foolish fool. Ah, Edgeworth, you're looking like a fool. No shot of the transceiver was in there. Because we got it from the bellboy. Well, I have to have what I need. At points of the trial, you have everything you need. The transceiver was not the transceiver. Objection! It had to be something she was looking for, obviously. So what would she want to be, like, so certain to get? I don't know what she would want, or what she was, like, trying to get out of here. And I don't want to, like, comb through everything, like, select this, no, select this, no, select this, no.
I don't think it's the wine glass. I feel like that's a bit of a stretch. Well, the only thing I really haven't presented, I guess, are some of the pictures. I feel like that's a stretch, though, being like, oh yeah, she was looking for this picture. Alright, well, let's gamble a picture. Well, looking at this, right? Because they said this is coming from the victim's room, and whoever's in it is clearly shorter. So that's why we accused Adrian Andrews. Yeah, Adrian Andrews. So maybe she was looking for a disguise. But why would a disguise be in a case? What? What? What's that got to do with anything?
This is a photograph.
Yes, but what's important is what is in that picture, Your Honor.
In this picture.
Yeah, it doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is inside the guitar case with the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume.
What?
Yeah, she was looking for a disguise, I guess.
Mr. Wright, explain yourself.
Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she can make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get the shot, correct?
You mean this photo? Order! It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we?
Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. Oh yeah, that's my strategy too. I don't think before I talk sometimes.
So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume.
Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Mad on guards. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places?
True. This is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts.
She planted it ahead of time.
What was the Nickel Samurai's costume doing inside the guitar case?
It was a spare. Mr. Angard did not take this costume off during his break period. In that case, the costume we were talking about was a spare one. What?
Then, are you saying that the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel?
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case?
It would mean that the victim himself had brought the spare to the ceremony on purpose. Because of the whole the meeting thing. Because Matt, it was like, I didn't know there was a special meeting at the afterwards or something, or a confession or something. So maybe, you know.
But why? The victim, Mr. Korda, was the Jammin' Ninja. Why would they secretly become the Nickel Samurai? Or why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could the reason behind such a peculiar act?
And therein lies the sticking point.
What are you mumbling about to yourself now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue?
No, I just...
Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one?
Yes, I can.
Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai Spur costume to the hotel was...
I'm just gonna go straight off what I said. What is this?
On the night of the murder after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference.
A press conference?
Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference.
I heard about this as well. For once you're not making something up, right?
But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Ungard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night.
What? How can that be?
The way I see it, that can only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Juan Corda himself.
The victim?
Yes, the spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corda was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai.
He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference. But why would the victim do such a thing?
That's something I don't quite know yet, however. What I'm concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference.
The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself.
Which means that Juan Corda, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt Ungard.
Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's a public disclosure. In her little, picture, when they do the full courtroom look, it looks like she's holding, a bag, but here she's not. Miss Andrews.
I can see why you are pros at what you do.
Pardon me?
Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan.
Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this.
He was the one who he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that also was me.
Which is why she knew it was in the case. You?
Wanted to bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyways.
He was going to ruin him. Huh?
Looked like somehow Juan had his hands at a secret power, or had in his hands a secret so powerful that would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
What? And do you know what the secret of Mr. Ungard's is, Mr. Andrews?
That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is.
I see.
I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all.
Protect Matt? And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could please tell us the truth about your behavior.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand. Oh god, we're still going?
Boo, you suck.
Anyways, from the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, but the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him.
This does account for everything.
Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit.
If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright.
Looks like somehow everything is swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down.
Protecting Matt.
Alright, from the moment I saw the crime scene, would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with yours, Owen. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things? A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, the decisive evidence. If you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach us that. They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. May continue now. Well, she does have those 3 things.
When Matt was asleep, her motive, the suicide note, and I forgot the 3rd thing. So there you go. Suck it. I got you. You're cornered.
Would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes, do you know why Juan chose the event and the hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Mat on Guard.
And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews?
Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. On Guard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. This is defamation of character. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? Anyways, the important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony.
Yes, I agree, Miss Andrews. Please correct your testimony, if you please.
Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I know that his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove it that. Has Mr. On Guard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Corda with his press conference, and that event was supposed to bring down Mr. On Guard. Yet you still helped out.
The person on trial right now is Mr. On Guard, Wright. What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant has a motive to kill.
Why do I keep doing this to myself? He didn't have an alibi. He didn't have an alibi. Didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. On Guard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie and was it a lie so you could cover from Mr. On Guard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him from the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time.
I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however.
I'm just glaring straight at me. He's glaring at you, smart guy. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
You're talking about this button, correct?
The button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama. Isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence.
Looks like we were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright.
Anyways, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes.
Miss Andrews, and for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony.
The button was torn off. Juan during his fight. Yeah, the button is bloody. Which would imply that it was still attached when it was stabbed, and even in the picture, the knife isn't exactly where the button was. Because as you can see from the buttons, there's an outline around each button, which would imply the button's smaller than that circle, and the knife is not in that circle, so... The knife came after. The button was torn off. And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads of the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, so I heard. I've heard that before, too. Why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you're not. Nah, I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here, but where and what? Go to call out the button. Evidence clearly reveals the contradiction. No, it didn't.
God dang it! Guilty.
Matt on Guard, you're guilty of wearing that outfit. Alright, well, maybe I will call out the last text. But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time.
Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it?
This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. On Guard at any time. Why, then, would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Corda planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. On Guard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant.
This isn't the Phoenix Wright wax philosophical. This isn't the Phoenix Wright wax philosophical power hour. And please stop slandering the witness.
As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy. Did I show the wrong evidence? Did I not show the button? Wishy-washy. I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence. Yeah, I get it. The crime photo? Yeah, I guess that also works. No, it doesn't. It's wrong. Oh. Knows from motives, but I don't have any way to prove it, and he didn't have an alibi from what he was doing at the time of the murder. The button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. Could be the autopsy. The button having so much blood like this is like a good point, but it seems that's not what they want right now. He is just kind of in his chair. Yeah, it's the autopsy. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab on the victim was done after the victim had already died.
And what does that mean?
Let's examine the evidence. Okay, so we were right. It's just... Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume when?
After the knife was stabbed into the victim.
Exactly, which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There's no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's body, her already dead body.
Order! What is the meaning of...
What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does this prove?
Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve?
What purpose?
We now know this button was not torn off during the fight. The murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it?
Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with his button? What was it?
To pin the crime on guard. To have a memento of the crime, you know? I just like keeping dead people stuff. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Engard. There's no way anyone would put a bloody button in their own pants. Well, unless you're a freak. That's right, Mr. Engard was set up by the real killer, of course.
And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then?
Your mom. Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down now. Or down yet. Not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Engard is...
Adrian Andrews.
Wrong. It's Adrian Andrews. I choose you. You're Mr. Corda's killer. What?
Order! Mr. Wright! This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge?
Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. Preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me.
I can't, can I? Would you care to test me?
Then what about this knife?
The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you.
Then what? What about the button was found in Matt's Hakama?
This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only person who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Ungard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama.
God, how many glasses you got?
The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Ungard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews.
I see. What about the empty guitar case?
That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is Miss Andrews.
No,
But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case, and it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time.
That's right.
That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of the tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that yes, indeed, she was the classic day's discoverer of the body. Ah! And to top it all off, there's this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on earth can believe this Nickel Samurai is Mr. Ungard. He'd be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how the tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not?
But please stop.
Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time.
And then they're gonna be like, but what's her motive? Why'd she do it? Miss Andrews?
I refuse to testify.
What was that?
There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me.
Well, yes. You're absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves.
What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot.
Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Ungard's room.
Adrian Andrews? Yes. Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? All right.
That's it. That's when Francisca planted this idea in her head. She must have told Miss Andrews not to testify if anything or things looked bad.
It's a great job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done.
Nothing I haven't done.
What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already, run out of evidence?
What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. Because...
What?
Everything you have proven is circumstantial.
Circumstantial?
Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corda.
Yep, we were missing the motive. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corda?
I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering.
But, Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think?
Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence.
Oh, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Yeah, what should we do?
Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation. How?
I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof.
But that's not true.
In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess.
A recess?
I request that both the prosecution and the defense attorney, or the defense, look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial.
Tomorrow? We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial.
What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he?
That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya...
But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is...
Is it not impossible for this trial to continue, or it is not impossible for this trial to continue?
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you...
It's true, Miss Andrews holds the rights against self-incrimination, however. If the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony.
Yes, that is very true, but...
Actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about, Miss Andrews. When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice.
Yes, and...
I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice.
So my actions were unusual, but I've already...
Before you speak, I want you to state that if you had a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect.
Testify?
Your Honor, I would like you to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness.
I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know.
He's scripting this. It's all fake. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request, Miss Andrews, if you please. Yeah, Zero Suit Sam, let's get to it. Chop chop. When I found the body.
Well, they put me in F tier in Smash Ultimate, and I said I just can't have that. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked over the flower vase.
So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your testimony?
I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours?
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. All right. So surely this is the last testimony. Because this is where we're gonna figure something out. I don't even know.
What? There wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then, who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there's a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you?
In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen.
Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself.
I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state.
So, it was a mess. Are you sure it wasn't messy because you fought? Or because of your fight with Mr. Corda?
I understand your frustration in not being able to prove your theory, however, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. And then, what did you see next, witness?
And Juan, he was sitting slumped over, tired looking. Slumped? Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. Really looked like he was sleeping. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd?
Okay, well, they pointed out that one. He looked tired looking in the corner. Wait, he wasn't in the corner. He wasn't in the corner of the room. What you said doesn't make sense there, woman. And what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix. And then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought.
I see, so you didn't think he was dead at all?
Well, I'm gonna comb through everything. He is in the corner? No, he's not. That's not him. Unless there's like a... Well, I guess you could say there's a corner there, because yeah, there's the doorway that leads into the bedrooms, I guess. I wouldn't necessarily call that the corner. It's more like a lip. He's all bloody. He is all bloody. That too. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted. I thought he fainted. I thought he was asleep at first, but then the room was in such a messy state, I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone.
That's when you went to pour the glass of juice.
Yes, he always has a hard time waking up. So Pavan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink.
I see. After that, what happened next?
So I knocked over the flower vase.
And how did you come to realize that he was in fact dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was in shock and staggered backwards.
I knocked the flower vase over, so that's what happened.
Yes. This is what it all comes down to. Huh? This is an absolute end for both sides.
Oops. I've gone deaf.
And Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Isn't that a bit harsh? Miss Andrews will tell us the truth this time.
Okay. Well, let me save so I don't have to... So... he called this one out for being weird. He was sitting slumped over and tired in the corner. But if he was in the corner, why is his chair like that? You would have had to turn him around. I don't know, gamble.
I'm a gambling man.
Alright, this was not it. You're sitting slumped... Oh, let's double check what he says here. Slumped over. Yes, he was sitting there, he really looked tired. Just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? Oh, I skipped the one part she said that was odd. Slumped over. Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. Is this me, or did that sound really odd? So I poured some juice and yada yada yada. We got... I saw him sitting there like that, I thought he was dead. Didn't cross my mind. Yeah, I guess the knife would be a big implication. He's not... I don't know. And Juan, he was sitting, slumped over, and tired looking in the corner. I don't know, let's hit the knife. The evidence clearly reveals the contradiction. How are these things connected, you dumb moron? Think before you present, for God's sake. You dumb idiot. In the corner of the screen. I don't know, I was looking at the camera. Yeah, there's something sus.
saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. Yeah, but this is the crime photo. This is what you saw. If you saw this, you would assume he's just dead. So maybe I just present this on a different text. Just like that. So, you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body. Yeah, 1, he's not in the corner. 2, he's out in the open. 3, he's got a knife. And 4, there's a mess. Ah!
What is the meaning of this?
Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? The song's jamming. There's a knife sticking straight out of Miss Corda's chest. Mr. Corda. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that he was dead. That's, well, you see... I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted. And then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink.
Your point is...
Miss Andrews, your testimony just now. It was all one giant lie. And your lies proven one thing very clearly. That you are the real killer. No! Yeah, you telling me normal people don't sleep with knives in their chest?
It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Mattangard, is not guilty after all.
That's impossible. You're wrong.
Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. You're in a courtroom, for God's sake.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt. I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you are the one who refused to testify, and your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because...
Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you?
I refuse to testify.
Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Mattangard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated.
Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't.
Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Mattangard until Edgeworth says objection.
Objection!
There it is.
Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time.
What?
The reason is quite simple. You haven't presented the motive yet. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth.
Oh, God. Don't you people, like, plead at the... or, like, do the thing at the beginning where it's just like, I plead to only speak the truth and nothing but the truth? There has to be a point where you're just like, these people lie so much.
The absolute truth, what are you?
Witness, don't you understand yet?
Huh?
I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Mattangard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party.
That's a lie. I don't believe you.
What?
I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over and Matt would never be declared guilty. Or Matt would be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of others. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then, right now Miss Andrews is. Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss Von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Mattangard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undeniably believes in those words right now and is clinging to them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. And Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help, please. Someone, help me.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
The court can't continue on like this, therefore I'd like to hear what you intend to do.
What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say?
Your mom. Right? I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who's the real mastermind behind this crime.
Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right?
Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? What will you do? What kind of man are you? Force Andrews to testify. Make her talk.
I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around it. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that.
Make her talk.
Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you really are hiding.
Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Sure, Mr. On guard would get an acquittal, but in this place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? But be quiet, how dare you? You're trying to trick me.
That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense theory is the truth.
You're wrong.
Shake, shake, shake. What a shame. I'd hoped things wouldn't come to this, however.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court.
Stop.
Mr. Edgeworth!
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness.
What?
And because of this illness, she tried to commit suicide in the past.
Stop. Please stop.
No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here.
That's the second part of the suicide report, the attempted suicide report.
Okay. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I've now revealed to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews.
The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please stop, I beg you. If people find out, I'll...
If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me.
Edgeworth, how can you be so cold?
However, before you die, I'll pull the truth from your still breathing lips, no matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself or shall I? Either is fine with me.
I'll talk, but please help me. Nothing matters anymore.
Dude, this is like her 7th testimony.
When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honestly. Or honest. And I realized he was dead. That was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. Then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife, and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickled Samurai costume.
Wait, didn't she just, like, confess? Stabbed the body with a knife? But why would you do that?
Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man.
What do you mean by all this?
It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth.
The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man, I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time?
So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim Juan Corrida in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with the murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt on guard for the murder. And this is her crime.
What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer?
Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination.
I gotta cross-examine this?
When I first saw him, I really thought he was
Fainted.
But you could tell from that state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. But that scarf is part of the Shaman Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because, one, he was going to expose Matt's weak point into the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin the crime on Matt.
So the forged piece of evidence were the knife and the button.
And the first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife.
I'd like to point out I still have like 1 health. I have 2, but they usually take both.
Now, so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping, with his costume on at that time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body. So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now, what a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body, it moved on its own. Then when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect.
So you thought to rip off the button, or rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Unguard's Hakama.
Yes, that's what I had planned to do, but things never go that smoothly, do they?
Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. It was Lotta. An inconvenience.
There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway.
I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta.
There was a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth.
That's Miss Oldbag for you.
I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again.
And that's when I ended up trying to do the thing. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you?
Yes, I took it from Global Studios.
Blech.
I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony.
You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct?
Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's biggest secret there.
And what is this secret?
That, I don't know. Anyways, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickled samurai costume, people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume.
I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Unguard's room and planted the button.
Into Matt's Hakama, yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out to the hotel and got rid of it.
My word. What does all this mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, is it?
You just realizing that's his name?
The real criminal is Matt Unguard. Yesterday, that woman, prosecutor, sat me down for a talk.
Francisca, huh?
She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. That if I just keep quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words.
What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer.
Oh, wait, Your Honor. The defense still...
Right? It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything.
Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. We couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright.
What?
Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning.
Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately.
That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Oh. Hit him with a meaty hammer. Today's trial. It's over. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something?
Edgeworth. What is it?
Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it?
Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright, I remember just now I found this in the room on that day.
The room? That day?
Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. I found that card next to the victim's body. I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right?
Isn't that like taking evidence? Also, like, how do you just unintentionally take something? What is it, a kleptomaniac, the people who like to steal stuff?
Yeah, I guess not. But it's still a strange card if you ask me. As far as a clue to this case, I don't see why.
Witness, that card, give it to me. Hurry.
Edgeworth.
Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time.
I didn't mean to. But what is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it? And what does it mean?
Okay. So, Maya's in the room. She found the card. She was able to see what was on the card. Couldn't she have just translated that to Mia? Mia could know what this card is? To be continued.